All right, today we are almost all wrapped up with the frictionless retail experience, the automated checkout system concept. We just need to make some fine-tune edits here, and so I'm going to run through this with you, and then go ahead and just highlight any parts I need to come back and edit, and then I'll go ahead and fine-tune other edits on my own, and then conduct some further research. So we're pretty much on the last steps of this idea. It's pretty much almost wrapped up. Just like I said, so we need to make some fine-tuned edits and we're on our way. So let's delve right into it. Trying to get this coffee to cool down for like the last half hour. I heated up way too much. All right. Frictionless retail experience, the automated checkout system. Product or service title, the frictionless retail experience. This is for Heyday Fresh Foods Market, and then industry category be retail and commerce. You need to come up with a SKU and NAICS code. All right, so the initial rough draft concept, general concept. This idea focuses on removing the traditional checkout line bottleneck by utilizing mobile technology and real-time item tracking. Our goal is to transition from manual effort to an automated digital-first experience. The problem: studies suggest that consumers can become frustrated with manual scanning or traditional barcode-heavy processes. Mechanism: a mobile-centric user interface. This is the consumer's control center for the transaction. The process: data is digitally transferred or physically moved from the item selection phase to the transaction fulfillment phase. The solution: the checkout list uses automated verification to check items and delineate between purchased or non-purchased items, and items highlighted in green with a checkmark icon next to it have been successfully purchased. Items labeled in red with an X or crossed out icon prevent items that have not been checked out or purchased or have been automatically removed from the cart and placed in a queue due to non-payment, insufficient payment, or potential anti-theft logic where unauthorized users or unauthorized items are flagged. Items colored in gray with a question mark icon are items that the consumer returned, put back, crossed off their list, added to a secondary queue, etc. And items highlighted in yellow with an exclamation mark have been flagged due to an error being detected. The core idea, so moving on from the rough draft, getting a little bit more refinement and feedback from here. The core idea, our strategy is to incorporate consumer vision based or RFID enabled automated retail. Instead of standing in a queue, a customer uses a mobile app to check into a store. As they pick up items, sensors or a camera system can track the movement. When the user is ready to leave, the system automatically compiles a digital receipt. The paid via phone feature allows the transaction to happen in the background, or in other words, ambient commerce. This allows the consumer to simply walk out while the app handles the financial reconciliation and inventory update. The just walk out style business model, the entry gate logic. We must define how the app first connects to the physical space. For example, a QR code scan at a turnstile. Weight sensors and scale integration. For systems sold by weight, like produce, clarify how that data joins the green list on the phone. Real-time corrections. If users decide to put an item back, the system automatically updates without manual intervention. If this is too costly or impractical for certain business models, allow the consumer to manually remove entries from their list. That could lead to theft. So, side note, I think we address that later. The checkout UI or user interface. Illustrate a digital twin of the cart, reflecting the items being added to the cart as the customer fills it up. If the app shows a total cost updating in real time as the person walks through the store, it builds more consumer trust than a list that only appears at the end. Now for deeper peer analysis or feedback. By bridging the gap between physical retail and digital precision, we are targeting one of the biggest friction points in modern commerce. Here's a detailed analysis of our concept, including structured suggestions to elevate the overall business model and UI or UX, user interface or user experience design. Opportunities to expand. The handoff state, the yellow and red logic resolution. Our user interface utilizes a brilliant traffic light logic for item verification, but what happens when the user approaches the exit gate with a yellow error or red flag or unpurchased item? Implement an amicable resolution zone. Right before the physical exit, if the user has a yellow or red flag, the exit turnstile stays closed, and a subtle non-confrontational push notification directs them to a dedicated kiosk or staff member. This reframes the asset protection as a helpful customer service interaction rather than an accusation of theft. It's like, whoops, you're going the wrong way. Like, here, how about let's suggest going this way to pay for it before you leave. Thank you, AI. You're very welcome. Pay me. Computer vision and weighted shelf. Computer vision and weighted shelf fusion, the produce problem. Solving bulk or produce tracking is notoriously difficult for automated stores. Utilize smart shelves with integrated load cells or weight sensors paired with computer vision. When a camera sees a customer reach for bananas and the shelf detects a weight loss of 1.4 pounds, the system instantly cross-references the two data streams. The item lands on the phone's digital twin cart in real time as 1.4 pounds of bananas without the user ever needing to look for a physical scale. Predictive cart assistance. The Did You Forget feature. The app's real-time tracking to add predictive Use the app's real-time tracking to add predictive value. If the system detects a user has picked up tortilla chips but has skipped the salsa aisle, they usually frequent a subtle personalized coupon or reminder can pop up. This turns a passive tracking app into an active revenue generator. It's like, hey, you skipped this aisle because you may not have needed this thing, but it's on sale now, just letting you know. So you might want to pick it up anyway. You already have some. Incentive. All right. Streamlining complexities. Some elements of the current mechanism might introduce unnecessary cognitive load for the shopper or overcomplicate the development cycle. Manual removal fallbacks, the put it back dilemma. Although automatic tracking could be costly, introducing manual deletion, allowing customers to manually remove entries in a just walk out model creates a massive security loophole. And this is what we were talking about earlier. See, I knew we were going to address it. I didn't know so soon, but good. Addressing it now, and I'm sure we'll cover it again in the security section. Massive security loophole. If a user manually deletes an item but keeps it in their physical bag or cart, the system is forced into a confrontational anti-theft state at the gate. The alternative solution, commit entirely to the automated tracking for the core inventory. If the system misses a put back action, instead of a manual deletion, give the user a request rescan button that pings the overhead camera sensor or array to double check their immediate physical area, minimizing the gray list visibility. Items colored in gray or returned, put back, or crossed off are excellent for backend data and inventory logs. However, keeping a long list of rejected items on the primary consumer UI or user interface can clutter the stream. The alternative, collapse the gray returned items into a hidden expandable tab at the bottom of the digital twin cart. For example, customer selects view returned items. Keep the main screen hyper-focused exclusively on what they're currently buying, which is in green, and what needs attention in yellow or red. Refining the framework. The digital twin UI layout and color theory. Our current color coding is highly logical, but standard accessibility and psychological design principles suggest a slight tweak to maximize consumer trust. Go ahead. Item sorting and verification. Ensure that green or purchased is the absolute default state for items currently in the cart. Instead of displaying a chaotic mix of green, red, yellow, gray on one screen, segment the UI dynamically. Top sticky banner, reserved exclusively for yellow or action required alerts. For example, age verification required for item number 3. Say for example, they're buying alcohol and they need to be over 21. The main scroll or calculator, the green list updating with a live rolling total dollar amount to build that crucial financial transparency. So it automatically updates. Live feed. Here's an example of, we have like my cart, total of $24. Was there action needed? So the top column is going to be the yellow. So yellow sticky banner on top, exclamation mark, action needed, verify age for wine. We have other items which are standard: organic honey, sourdough bread, avocado. These are green, purchased, and an active cart. And then the put back items with the little skip button or plus or question mark on a collapsed gray list. These are items put back or other or returned. The entry gate connection beyond the QR code. Scanning a QR code at a turnstile creates a micro bottleneck at the store entrance. The tweak, transition from active scanning to passive Bluetooth low energy or BLE or ultra wideband or UWB hands-free check-in. As long as the customer has the app open or running in the background, the turnstile detects their unique digital signature as they approach. It opens automatically, making the entry just as frictionless as the exit. Initial analysis summary. By prioritizing real-time updates to adjust the total cost of items in the cart, we directly solve the anxiety consumers face in early generation automated stores, where they feel blind to what they are spending until the receipt arrives hours later. Refine how the system handles the yellow or error states. If our UI can resolve discrepancies gracefully without making the consumer feel monitored or accused, this concept will stand out as a premier user-first retail solution. All right. Prospective partnerships for technology and infrastructure partners. These affiliates build and power the physical to digital bridge in retail space. AI-driven tools and sensor hardware manufacturers, computer vision and camera suppliers, enterprise suppliers like Axis Communications and Bosch Security Systems to provide high density, low latency overhead tracking cameras. Smart shelf and load cell engineers, partnerships with retail hardware innovators like Mettler Toledo or specialized IoT weight sensor manufacturers to design the shelf edge scales for bulk and produce tracking. RFID and IoT chip providers, companies like Impinj or NXP Semiconductors for high frequency item tagging, ensuring that even if the camera's line of sight is blocked, the item's digital signature is caught. BLE and UWB beacon providers, companies like Estimote or Qualcomm to embed Bluetooth low energy or BLE and ultra wideband UWB transmitters at the entrance turnstiles for hands-free passive check-in. Edge computing and cloud infrastructure, AWS or Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure, processing real-time video feeds and weight data from thousands of shoppers simultaneously require massive edge computing nodes on site to prevent lag in the digital twin UI. Commercial and supply chain partners. These entities supply the products, the storefronts, and the logistics to test and scale the model. Retailers and wholesalers, the testing grounds. Regional grocery and convenience pilots, partnering with forward-thinking mid-sized regional grocery chains or convenience brands, for example, Circle K, Albertsons, or Safeway, or local specialty grocers, allows you to run live pilots without the bureaucratic hurdles of the global giant. Wholesale food distributors, companies like Cisco or US Foods. To make the RFID or automated tracking seamless, tagging needs to happen at the source. In other words, source tagging, rather than by store employees manually placing stickers on items. Working with wholesalers ensures products arrive pre-configured for your ecosystem, for our ecosystem. Delivery services and omni-channel affiliates, last mile delivery apps, Integrations with Instacart, DoorDash, or Uber Eats. So, okay. Their fulfillment time, oh no, Uber Eats. If gig workers can enter your store, utilize the frictionless app to grab items and just walk out, their fulfillment times drop drastically as well, making our store the preferred hub, excuse me, for third-party delivery services. Just one second, I'm going to change that. There we go. All right, financial and data intelligence partners. Handling money in the background securely while leveraging data ethically. Merchant services and ambient payment gateways. Tokenized payment processors such as Stripe, Aiden, or PayPal, or Braintree. Because payment happens invisibly via the ambient commerce system, we need an infrastructure that supports ultra-secure tokenized background transactions, instantly processing the receipt the moment the BLE or EWB sensor detects the user passing the exit gate. Intelligence gathering and storage, or data mining and analytics. Predictive analytics platforms. Integration with retail data engines like Snowflake or Palantir to store consumer behavior paths, heat maps of where shoppers linger, and item interaction histories. This feeds our predictive cart assistance, the Did You Forget feature, or the predictive cart assistance engine safely and efficiently. Government, legal, and regulatory partners. Frictionless retail touches heavily on privacy, consumer rights, and labor laws. Weights and measures regulators, state and local departments of agriculture or weights and measures. Since we are doing away with traditional physical scales at checkouts for produce, our computer vision plus weighted shelf fusion must be certified legally accurate. Working directly with local officials ensures our automated weight calculations comply with consumer protection laws regarding fair pricing by weight. Privacy and data protection compliance. Legal counsel specializing in biometrics and privacy. Because the store utilizes intensive camera tracking, partnerships with legal compliance experts are mandatory to ensure the system directly or strictly adheres to data privacy laws like CCPA or CPRA or GDPR if expanding internationally. The UI must explicitly convey that it tracks items and skeletal orientation, not facial recognition biometrics, to build public trust. Accessibility standards are by the ADA, nonprofits and accessibility advocates, partnering with organizations that advocate for the visually or physically impaired. Our digital twin, the UI, audio cues, and the physical layout of the amicable resolution zone must be completely ADA compliant to ensure the automated retail experience doesn't inadvertently alienate shoppers with disabilities. Strategic growth. Investors and influencers. These are the resources fueling the business with capital and market awareness. Influences and investors. Money. Stockholders and noisemakers. Hell yeah. Resource partners, stockholders, and venture capital. Prop tech and retail tech VCs or venture capitalists. Venture firms specializing in supply chain and retail innovation, for example, Fifth Wall or 8VC, or corporate VC arms of major retail corporations. They provide the immense capital required for the initial hardware installation and infrastructure. Social media and micro-influencer support. Tech and lifestyle content creators. Partnering with local TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram creators for a day in the life or shopping in the future style content. Showing a creator walking into a store, hands-free, grabbing their favorite snacks, seeing their phone update in real time, and walking out is highly shareable, visual content that demystifies the technology and drives organic adoption. Priority implementation roadmap. If we were to launch a phase 1 prototype of this business model, our immediate top 3 critical path partners should be 1, a merchant service provider like Stripe to build background payment loop. 2, an enterprise camera or vision AI software vendor to handle the core item tracking. And 3, a local convenience store chain willing to dedicate a small footprint for a live beta test. All right, resources and materials required. To bring this frictionless retail architecture from a concept to a functional deployed system, we need a precise mix of physical hardware, software frameworks, and structural materials. Physical store infrastructure and hardware. The physical components required to turn a standard retail space into a smart tracking-enabled environment. Entrance and exit gates, we have automated smart turnstiles. These are the physical barriers or the physical gates equipped with electronic drop arms or glass barriers that act on digital signals. The BLE and UWB beacons, these are Bluetooth low energy and ultra wideband transceivers, for example, provided by Qualcomm or Estimote, or including Qualcomm or Estimote hardware, mounted at the entrance to enable the passive hands-free app checking. Direct display status monitors, smart LCD panels mounted on the exit turnstiles to display clear visual guidance if a shopper is routed to the amicable resolution zone. Amicable resolution zone. Cool name. Spatial tracking array. High density overload, PoE cameras. Power over Ethernet or PoE 4K cameras spaced across the ceiling to map shopper paths and physical item interactions without blind spots. Ceiling grid and cable architecture. Dedicated structural racking and Category 6A cabling to handle massive local data transmission from the camera array to the backroom server. Smart shelving and inventory fusion. Load cell integrated shelving. Retail shelves outfitted with internal weight sensors are manufactured by specialists like Shekel AI or Mettler Toledo, capable of detecting changes down to fractions of an ounce. ESLs or electronic shelf labels. These are digital e-link displays such as Fusion Group or Pricer systems that dynamically show prices, stock levels, or trigger localized visual alerts for store associates. Directional RFID antennas. These are long-range UHF RFID readers mounted at shelf edges to double verify item identities when cameras are temporarily obstructed by a shopper's body or other obstacle. On-premises and cloud computing resources. The processing power required to run computer vision pipelines and sensor fusion locally without delaying the user's phone UI. Site edge server room, AI edge compute nodes. These are high performance, rugged industrial computers equipped with dedicated GPUs such as NVIDIA Jetson ORIM or enterprise-grade server racks, optimized for running real-time video analytics locally. Local networking switches, multi-gigabit managed network switches to route high-bandwidth video feeds locally without choking the store's primary internet connection. Very important there. Very important to make sure you don't shut down. You got to make sure the operations keep going. So that's vital. Vital part of the bloodline or crap. It's like the blood of the organization. Part of it. Extremely important. So that's something we're gonna have to definitely. Software infrastructure and runtimes. Edge orchestration software. Runtimes like AWS IoT Greengrass V2 or Azure IoT Edge to deploy containerized machine learning models locally, allowing the store to operate smoothly even during temporary internet blackouts. Nice. Sensor Fusion Data Engine, a proprietary or customized middle layer software pipeline that instantly reconciles the data from 3 distinct streams. 1, the camera feed or spatial vision tracking. 2, the shelf weight loss or load cell metrics, and 3, the product ID or RFID tags. Customer-facing digital assets, the front-end design tools and application ecosystems required for the shopper. The consumer mobile application, cross-platform app development environment built on frameworks like Flutter or React Native to ensure pixel-perfect instantaneous UI synchronization across iOS and Android devices. background payment tokenization API, integrated secure software development kits or SDKs from providers like Stripe or Aiden to handle background ambient commerce billing safely, real-time UI state engine, WebSockets or equivalent protocols to push data instantly from the store's local edge server to the consumer's phone screen, driving real-time price updates on the digital twin cart. Materials for security, compliance, and testing. The operational physical tools required to certify, secure, and market the space. Testing and validation inventory. Calibrated test weights. Standardized calibration blocks to test and certify the accuracy of the smart shelf weight sensors according to local weights and measures regulatory standards. And bank RFID consumables. Thousands of printable adhesive UHF RFID smart labels to source tag products during the initial prototype and pilot store phases. Store spatial design and signage, amicable resolution zone materials, physical partitions, soft lit kiosks, and friendly, clear acoustic or visual signage to create a welcoming environment for error resolution near the exit gates. Privacy transparency decals, high visibility entryway graphics explicitly stating how data is handled. For example, this store uses skeletal path tracking and weight data to build your cart. No facial recognition biometrics are stored, which is essential for consumer comfort and legal data privacy compliance. I'm all about sharing all the data. What do you got to hide? What are you trying to hide? Anyway. Except for certain basics. Yeah, there's things that need to be like classified for security reasons. Other stuff like a lot of people's personal info, like what kind of like fetishes do you have? What kind of porn do you watch? Like people are like, no, I don't want people to watch that, but like ultimately, like feel really out there. If everybody's like porn history were released at once, everybody would be like, who cares? It's like such a high influx of like information. I think it would just be diluted. I'm getting off topic here. All right, we're packaging and storage. When engineering a packaging and storaging system for a frictionless automated retail environment, the packaging cannot just be a passive container. It must act as a digital node that communicates flawlessly with computer vision, RFID, and smart shelf sensors while simultaneously hitting strict sustainability benchmarks. Below is the structured engineering blueprint for the product's packaging, storage, and ambient commerce integration. Size and weight optimization, or carbon footprint reduction. To minimize delivery costs, optimize automated warehouse storage density, and reduce our carbon footprint, the packaging must be designed around the principle of volumetric efficiency. Dimensional goal, the minimalist cube. Eliminate all dead air space inside the box. Shifting from loose fill internal space to an exact fit geometric structure reduces our outer package volume by an estimated 15 to 25%. Mass reduction. Replace rigid, heavy plastic frameworks with ultra lightweight structural organic materials by utilizing engineered microflute corrugation or ultra thin molded fiber. The packaging weight can be brought down to less than 5% to 8% of the total product weight. Logistical payoff. This drastically lowers shipping costs due to less dimensional weight or DIM weight surcharges and directly minimizes the fuel emissions required for transport. Pre-packaging and post-packaging storage methods. Maintaining inventory integrity before and after automated tagging phase. The automated tagging phase is crucial to prevent sensor misfires. Pre-packaging storage or raw component state. The method, climate-controlled high-density modular binning. Climate-controlled high-density modular binning. Before the product is sealed and digitally tagged, it is stored in specialized anti-static, dust-free industrial totes. A tote bin, I like that word. I haven't heard that one. I like when that came up. Tote. Not to be mixed up with Tate. That one has a bad connotation to it. Who has a lot of, granted, fun ideas, but goes a little bit overboard. Again, getting off topic here. All right, environmental control. Ambient temperatures are maintained at stable levels with low humidity to ensure that dry components do not absorb moisture before their barrier coatings are applied. Post-packaging storage or frictionless ready state. The method is RFID isolated smart palletization. Once packaged, items are stacked on smart pallets using a staggered geometric layout. Frictionless optimization. Because items contain active or passive digital tracking tags, post-packaging storage facilities use Faraday shielding or baffling between major storage bays. This prevents thousands of stacked RFID signals from crosstalking or overwhelming the warehouse's automated inventory scanners before the products are shipped to retail hubs. Security, safety, and advanced barrier properties. We must eliminate traditional plastic foams and films entirely, replacing them with circular, high-performance biomaterials. Barrier properties, moisture and freshness. Instead of petroleum-based plastic films, use an ultra-thin, biodegradable seaweed-based or PLA, polylactic acid, biopolymer coating applied directly to the interior fibrous layers. This creates a natural water and grease-resistant barrier that keeps environmental humidity out and locks product freshness in, completely decomposing in backyard compost bins within weeks. Shock absorption or anti-damage protection. Utilize mycelium or mushroom packaging or custom contoured molded agricultural pulp made from upcycled sugarcane biogas, or hemp fibers. Why mycelium or molded pulp? These materials provide exceptional impact dampening and compressive strength, absorbing drops and vibrations during transit, just like traditional EPS or styrofoam, but without the permanent plastic pollution. All right, product promotion and brand first impression. The first physical touchpoint must communicate premium quality and environmental responsibility without creating visual clutter. Aesthetic strategy, extreme minimalism. The exterior design will prioritize clean lines, structured geometry, and zero chaotic promotional text. Material expression, let the raw, debossed, textured organic fiber speak directly to the brand's natural values. Instead of heavy, glossy chemical inks that ruin compostability, use subtle, single color, soy or water-based inks or blind embossing. In other words, pressing the brand logo directly into the fiber. Or it's like cutting shapes into it, like engraving or chiseling away at certain things. Like you could actually, kind of like how cardboard is structured like that, you can maybe even do something to enhance the structure of it by shaping that box by just simply cutting away certain parts of it and add aesthetic features and designs and logos. So a lot of things you can do with that. The experience. The package does not shout for attention with bright colors. It establishes luxury through tactile texture, structural integrity, and premium understated design. I mean, like those indented spaces or where we're doing stuff, we can maybe add a little bit of color pattern. This isn't to say no colors or patterns. It's like just for costs and you know ease of just understanding. Like you look at it, you know what it is, kind of deal. All right, next up, smart packaging, the digital gateway. Keep the physical design perfectly clean and uncluttered. All secondary information, legal text, instructions, and brand storytelling are moved to the digital layer. Nice. Yeah, that's where a QR code is like here. There's your instructions, or you have different QR codes, maybe make it easier. Where like here's your safety instructions, caution. There's other ones that are like about information, the purpose of it. Other ones are like maybe use, like you can even have access on the box, go to what consumers thought about it, any questions, concerns they had, feedback, any issues on top of and solutions on top of that for any potential issues. It's almost like the community talking, but that's access through the QR code or whatever UI or UX interface on integrated onto the actual box itself. Awesome. Yeah, that's a really good one. Very important one to note. It's definitely something we want to do. NFC, near field communication tags. Embedded invisibly between the structural pulp layers is a paper thin, plastic free NFC chip. When a computer taps, or when a consumer taps their smartphone against the closed package, it instantly launches an immersive web portal. No app download required. Oh, also, let's create a new standard. Let's put the scanners all in the same spot. Every single box, like it should all be in like a standard spot, like either the top right somewhere. So when people are taking their items and looking at it, they know on the package it should be like, for example, top right every single time, like top right of the box, no matter what box you have, no matter what shape it is, you flip it. If you're looking at it, here's the front of it. Here's like the relative top of it, and then it's going to be towards the right side there. So that's where it's going to be. So no matter what you have, you're going through checking it out, or you got your phone, you're tapping it on it. It's always going to be in the same exact spot. I think that should be a thing. I don't think it's already a thing. It can't be a thing. Because I don't remember going to the market and like seeing it every single time. Like there's so many people that go. I'm like, the hell is this damn scan code thing? And like it's hard to find. So it's created a standard where it's like always in the same spot for every single box. That'd be cool. I'm sure there might be like aesthetic reasons or other reasons people might place it at the same spot in every single box, but I would imagine those arguments would be minimal and rendered moot by just the fact that it would be more conveniencing and increased security. It would have other benefits by doing that. All right, so side note. That was a side note. Where were we? Embedded invisibly. Okay, so they're embedded into the plastic or into the packaging. Paper thin, plastic free NFC chip. When a consumer taps their smartphone against the closed package, it instantly launches an immersive web portal. No app download required. Nice. Yeah, we don't need to take up extra space in the phone. Just have it up in the cloud. Just give them access to the information that's stored on the cloud through our service, not on their phone. We don't need to waste their time or their data. Laser etched QR codes. A crisp, high contrast QR code is laser etched directly onto a designated corner of the packaging, ensuring it doesn't look like an ugly sticker. The digital narrative. By tapping or scanning the box, it unlocks the brand story, comprehensive usage tutorials, real-time batch sourcing data, and verified carbon offset tracking. Ease of use and integrated functionality. The secondary utility. Packaging should never be something a consumer immediately discards. It should actively assist them in using the product. The keepsake and refill system, or dispensing innovation. The outer shell of the packaging is engineered as a beautiful structural permanent fixture made of durable molded bamboo. This is an option, not definitely. This is an option. Made of durable bamboo, molded bamboo composite, or infinitely recyclable aluminum. The consumer only buys lightweight, minimal biopod refills that slide seamlessly into the main keepsake shell. The secondary utility, or zero waste structural transformation. The shipping or retail box is pre-perforated and structurally engineered to transform post-use. With a single fold, the empty packaging locks into a functional organizational tray, a desktop charging dock, or a geometric storage rack, completely bypassing the waste stream. The circular economy and frictionless shopping system integration. This packaging is built specifically to thrive in the automated, checkout-free stores of the future. Infinite material loops. The materials are strictly bifurcated into two streams of the circular economy. For the biological cycle, the components used will be mycelium, molded agricultural pulp, seaweed coatings, and soy inks. For the end-of-life destination, it will be 100% home compostable or returns to the soil as nutrients. For the technical cycle, the components used will be anodized aluminum components, glass and tokenized smart chips. And the end of life destination for the technical cycle would be that it would be infinitely recyclable or remanufacturable without downcycling. Frictionless system compatibility. To integrate seamlessly into our ambient commerce or just walk out shopping architecture, the smart packaging is engineered with two distinct retail tracking layers. Computer vision geometry. The outer edges of the minimalist box feature subtle, mathematically optimized geometric shapes or high contrast borderlines. When a consumer lifts an item from a shelf, the overhead camera array recognizes the exact 3D orientation and product profile instantly. Smart Shelf RFID or weight alignment. The invisible embedded NFC or RFID tag identifies the exact product variant, the SKU number, while the uniform mass of the optimized packaging matches the weight signature programmed into the store's smart shelves with integrated load cells. When a user pulls the item, the vision system tracks the hand movement, the shelf registers the precise weight drop, and the RFID confirms the specific item identity, and the item transitions to green or purchased on the consumer's phone in real time, creating a flawless, zero friction transaction loop. Solid. Nice. Marketing and advertisement. To scale our frictionless retail framework and smart packaging ecosystem, our marketing and advertising strategy must bridge the gap between advanced B2B technology and intuitive B2C customer adoption. Below is the comprehensive strategic marketing blueprint designed to establish market presence, validate consumer trust, and drive rapid adoption. Market segmentation, the ideal target market. To maximize the impact of our rollout, marketing efforts should be hyper-focused on high-density, tech-forward ecosystems. Demographic focus. Age profile. The primary target is 22 to 35 years old or older Gen Z and millennials, with the secondary target of 36 to 45 years old. Socioeconomic status. Mid to high income professionals, tech sector employees, and university students balancing busy schedules. Occupation or lifestyle, fast-paced urbanites, corporate professionals, and academic leaders who prioritize efficiency over traditional routine. Geographic focus, primary hubs, the high-density, tech-forward metropolitan regions characterized by rapid tech adoption and autonomous infrastructure. For example, Scottsdale or Phoenix metro area, San Francisco, Austin, and Chicago. Physical venues, high foot traffic neighborhoods, hubs, premium mixed use developments like Scottsdale's Fashion Square or the waterfront. Upscale commuter paths and specialized university campuses. There's that. Forgot about that. Physical venues are okay. Psychographic focus. All right, core values. Extreme value placed on time optimization, seamless daily routines, and environmental conservation. In other words, sustainability or zero waste packaging, and early adoption of innovative consumer technology. Shopping behavior. Prefer self-directed experiences, data transparency, and instant gratification. They experience high friction and frustration when forced into manual bottleneck fines or traditional barcode scanning delays. Branding and promotional strategy, the first impression. The brand identity must position this technology not as an aggressive surveillance system, but as an elegant, invisible utility that gives time back to the consumer. The narrative, or ambient living, the narrative is ambient living. Shift the message away from technical jargon like computer vision or load cells and focus heavily on human benefit. Never stand in line again. Walk in, grab what you need, and move forward with your day. Visual aesthetics and content creation. Minimalist luxury. Match the aesthetic of the raw, textured smart packaging. Marketing assets should feature clean layouts, organic textures, and soft tones that convey environmental responsibility and modern sophistication. B2B content or business to business content. Publish high-level white papers tracking inventory shrink reduction, operational cost efficiencies, and carbon footprint reduction achieved via source tagging and to attract retail partnerships. That makes us look extra sexy. Hell yeah, dude. Social media engagement. Visual magic moment content. Utilize short form video platforms like TikTok, Instagram Reels, or YouTube Shorts featuring lifestyle creators experiencing the store for the first time. The content hook. The creator walks past an item, walks past an empty checkout line, glances at their automatically updating digital twin app screen, waves at a friendly staff member in the amicable resolution zone, and walks out. The sheer visual simplicity of walking out of a store without stopping creates highly shareable visual content that demystifies the tech. Sales promotion strategy, driving initial trial. Frictionless systems require consumers to break a lifelong habit of looking for a checkout link. Tactical promotions will incentivize that initial behavior shift. The first walk bonus. Offer an immediate credit, for example, $5 or $10 off the first purchase, simply for downloading the app and completing the passive BLE or UWB entry gate setup. Smart shelf bundling. Program the system to offer instant real-time spatial discounts. For example, if a user picks up organic chips from a smart shelf, the app pushes an instant 20% discount on the complementary salsa if grabbed within the next 60 seconds. First thing that I'm noting here, what if people start running real fast, and this could be a liability issue if people start getting hurt? We blame for incentivizing people to create conditions that could lead to injury. So like say, hey, get there within 60 seconds, and then say if like everybody's doing that and people start colliding into each other, and like I feel like we might be at fault for that. So just keep that in mind. Could be a potential liability. But also pretty cool if we do it within reason. I think this could work. This could work if we do it, if we manage it right, and we are aware of we implement safety contingencies and protocols, and we just need to take a reasonable effort to ensure safety and need to basically cover our asses so that way if for whatever reason somebody gets hurt, it isn't like we're not to blame for it. So it seems cool, but just want to be aware of that. So cool idea to implement, but limit the liability. We need to mitigate risks. But cool, let's put a pin in that one. Eco rewards. This rewards consumers for returning the structural or permanent keepsake packaging outer shells to the store's drop-off bins, depositing digital loyalty points directly into their app wallet. Yay, rewarded. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. Customer-centric feedback and metrics. Building an ambient commerce ecosystem means tracking behavioral data ethically to improve user comfort and eliminate software false positives. Key metrics to measure customer centricity. To ensure technology remains user-friendly and doesn't alienate shoppers, the platform will track specific behavioral and operational metrics. So system resolution rate, what it measures is the percent of carts settled accurately without triggering a yellow or red flag. System resolution rate, the customer-centric goal is to maintain above a 98% error-free transaction rate to minimize friction. For time to exit, or TTE, what it measures is the time it takes the customer to pass the exit gate once done shopping. The customer-centric goal for this would be to reduce it down to under 3 seconds per user. For resolution sentiment, what it measures is feedback score following an encounter in the amicable resolution zone. A customer-centric goal is to ensure interactions feel helpful, not accusatory. Cart transparency score, what it measures is the correlation between live digital twin updates and actual items pulled. The customer-centric goal is zero lag between physical picking and app UI visualization. Plan for gathering customer feedback. Gathering insights requires a blend of quantitative digital data and qualitative human research. Micro surveys, in-app post-purchase. Immediately after the exit gate closes and the digital receipt is compiled, present a clean one-question UI prompt. For example, how seamless was your visit, experience, or walkout today? Rated 1 to 5 stars. If rated below 4 stars, a single text box expands to capture specific friction points. Interactive in-store polls. Position low-power electronic ink polling stations near the exit doors, asking fun, single-tap questions about new packaging concepts or product varieties. Longitudinal consumer studies. Select a cohort of 500 early adopters across key demographic hubs, such as Scottsdale Community College students and local urban professionals, to participate in a 6-month study. Track their shopping frequency, app trust metrics, and shifting behavioral attitudes toward ambient retail over an extended period. And for co-design focus groups, bring consumers, accessibility advocates, and local retail staff into workshops to critique the layout of the amicable resolution zone, ensuring the physical design remains fully accessible, friendly, and non-threatening. Sales strategies and techniques. To successfully launch this frictionless retail and smart packaging ecosystem, our sales approach cannot be one size fits all. We must pitch to each stakeholder. We must pitch to each stakeholder by isolating their specific core motivator, whether that is time, money, career growth, safety, or fun. For consumers, customers, and clients, the core motivator is time sovereignty and freedom. The pitch: buy back your time. How to excite them. Position the system as the ultimate life hack for the modern, busy individual. Frame traditional checkout lines as a form of unpaid labor. Show them that by eliminating manual scanning, waiting, and unbagging, they save hours every single month. It is retail that bends to their schedule, offering ultimate transparency with a live budget tracker in their right in their hand. Solid. For employees, executives, and interns, the core motivator is career upskilling and human-centric work. The pitch: from repetitive labor to high-value strategy. How to excite them. For employees and interns, frame this as an escape from the exhausting, repetitive burnout of standing behind a cash register, scanning barcodes. They are being upskilled into retail experience specialists and tech handlers, managing advanced AI systems and providing genuine hospitality in the amicable resolution zone, skills that look incredible on a modern resume. For executives, focus on operational efficiency, optimization of floor labor, and moving from a defensive retail posture or shrink management to an offensive customer delight posture. For government officials, regulators, and legislators, the core motivator is economic innovation, data privacy, and true circularity. The pitch: setting the standard for ethical green automation. How to excite them. Address the primary concerns up front: consumer protection, data privacy, and green mandates. Prove how the computer vision plus weighted shelf fusion complies flawlessly with weights and measures accuracy laws. Demonstrate that the tracking system maps skeletal geometry and item interaction, completely bypassing controversial facial recognition biometrics. Finally, show how the mandatory 100% compostable packaging directly helps cities hit their zero waste and carbon reduction targets. High-level retail buyers. For motivator: margin protection, foot traffic, and omni-channel data. Pitch: eliminate checkout abandonment and capture total in-store analytics. How to excite them. Retail buyers live and die by the inventory shrink, margins, and sales per square foot. Show them how source tag packaging and sensor fusion reduce theft and human error simultaneously. More importantly, sell them on the data analytics. For the first time, physical retailers will get digital style analytics, tracking what items customers pick up and put back, heat maps of store foot traffic, and seamless conversion of third-party delivery gig workers who can now fulfill orders twice as fast. There we go. Money. Money. Time savings. Save your time, save your money, save your energy, save your life. Oh man. All right. All right, so pivoting now. So focusing now on kids and children, our pitch for them, or marketing pitch at least. We're not close to the elevator pitch yet. That's way down there. I mean, it's not that far. It's only like an hour away. So, all right, so marketing pitch to kids and children. The core motivator is play, magic, and independence. The pitch, shopping like a superhero with a magic backpack. How to excite them. Turn a boring chore into an interactive magical game or mystifying game. To a child, putting a snack in a bag and seeing it instantly appear on a screen feels like magic. Leverage the smart packaging. The laser-etched QR codes and hidden NFC tags can unlock mini-games, interactive digital stories, or augmented reality or AR animations on the phone right in the aisle. For parents, the core motivator is budget control, convenience, and safety. The pitch, zero grocery store meltdowns, 100% budget transparency. How to excite them? Focus on the logistics of parenting. There's nothing more stressful than managing young children while trying to unload a heavy cart onto a conveyor belt. This system lets parents walk in, load up their stroller or bags, and walk right straight out. Furthermore, highlight the live calculator. Parents can see the exact total updating real time, preventing awkward surprises at the end, while the app automatically flags allergen warnings or age-restricted items on the sticky banner. Yeah, because kids are they're infamous for just grabbing something. I'm like, I want that, and just throw it in the cart, and then the parents find out later. It's like, where in the hell did that show up? When did you put that in the cart? Like, what? I told you no. You cannot get the Hot Wheels, and then they try to sneak it and like stick it under a bunch of items. Like take the bread and like put the Hot Wheels car under the bread. I remember doing that. I saw what I wanted when I was a kid. I didn't have any concept that I'm like there was an exchange of goods that had to go down. I just like I saw it, I wanted it, I took it. I was like, that's mine now. I thought I was like just foraging out in nature. It's like no, this is you have to pay for this one. Nature, you just grab things. You don't have to pay for it. When people are involved, they expect you to give something in return. That's how it works. Society. Where was I at? Slightly off topic. No, I caught myself. We're good. ADHD is so annoying, but it's manageable. You just gotta get it under control. You gotta get it locked down. We were over here. Okay, so now marketing pitch for stockholders, investors, and VCs. All right, here we go. Our core motivator for stockholders, investors, and VCs is scalability, the high moat, and compounding returns. The pitch, the proprietary operating system for the future of physical commerce. How to excite them? Present this not as a single convenience store, not as a single convenience store, but as a highly scalable proprietary technology infrastructure platform. In other words, B2B SaaS plus IoT hardware licensing. Highlight the compounding value of the data engine and the high switching costs once a retailer adopts our smart shelf and sensor layout, creating massive economic moat. Show them the immense market size of the transition to ambient commerce and how this tech captures transaction-free revenue in the background. For students and scholars, our marketing pitch would be as follows. Core motivator would be real-world application and future-proof learning. The pitch, a living laboratory for business management and marketing analytics. How to excite them. For students, especially those in organizations like DECA or business management tracks, this ecosystem is a goldmine. Sell them on the opportunity to study a business model that perfectly synthesizes the 4 Ps of marketing with cutting-edge supply chain technology. Position the platform as an active case study where they can learn how predictive analytics, consumer-centric UI, and circular economic theories operate in a real commercial environment. Teachers and professors, the core motivator would be inspiration, technological literacy, and academic excellence. The pitch, the ultimate concrete example of sustainable, ethical AI. How to excite them? Professors want to inspire students with concepts that represent the absolute cutting edge of industry. Offer them a completely transparent look at our operational frameworks, financial ratios, financial ratio comparisons, and system metrics. This provides them with a premier real-world teaching tool to demonstrate how sustainable engineering, advanced consumer psychology, and integrated technologies can successfully merge to solve real-world economic problems. All right, next section, budgeting and financial strategy. To successfully transition this frictionless retail and smart packaging ecosystem from a high-level concept into a commercially viable enterprise, a rigorous financial architecture is required. This strategy balances front-end capital investments with high margin, compounding long-term value streams, ensuring the business model scales sustainably. Business objectives or financial benchmarks. Our financial objectives are structured across 3 distinct phases to ensure steady market penetration and clear paths to profitability. Cha-ching, baby. Hell yeah. Short term, from months 1 through 12, this includes prototype validation and cost baseline. Deploy a fully functional beta footprint, for example, a localized campus mini market pilot at Scottsdale Community College, or a partner convenience footprint, or ASU, U of A. Anyway, there's a lot of colleges now, a lot of options. Achieve a system resolution rate of over 98% to minimize inventory shrink. Establish a baseline unit cost for the smart packaging technical cycle, or NFC RFID integration and hardware installation per square foot. Medium term, from 2 to 3 years. Commercial scaling and B2B licensing. God damn, that is good. All right. Commercial scaling and B2B licensing. Transition from owner-operated beta sites to a B2B hardware as a service, or HAAS and SAAS licensing model for regional grocery and convenience store chains. Achieve a 30% reduction in upfront hardware installation costs through bulk hardware manufacturing partnerships and optimize edge node pre-configurations. Reach operational bulk even across all licensed footprints by capturing a micro percentage of ambient checkout transaction volume. Nice. That's a very complicated wordy sentence, but like, yeah, that's good. Important to know. Long term, 4+ years. Ecosystem ubiquity and data monetization. Establish the smart packaging framework as an industry standard for source tag consumer goods. Maintain high margin, predictable recurring revenue streams via software licensing, automated predictive marketing tools, and anonymized aggregate supply chain analytics. Cost determinants, capital and operational expenses. The capital requirements to deploy and maintain an ambient commerce space are split between fixed infrastructure and variable operational costs. Capital expenditures, or CapEx, includes hardware and installation, overhead vision tracking array, high density 4K power over Ethernet or PoE cameras and ceiling data grids. Cost scales dramatically Cost scales dramatically based on store square footage and ceiling height. Smart shelf infrastructure, integrating specialized load cells or weight sensors and electronic shelf labels or ESLs across retail rows. Edge computing server node, high performance on-site industrial GPU computing signals, for example, NVIDIA Jetson infrastructure, capable of processing heavy real-time data localized to the facility. Operating expenses, or OpEx, includes software, tagging, and maintenance. Smart packaging incremental cost, the variable unit level cost of embedding paper-thin, plastic-free NFC or RFID tags into the molded agricultural pulp layers. Cloud and edge synchronicity, cellular or fiber bandwidth and cloud hosting fees, such as AWS or Google Cloud, required to sync localized edge data with the consumer's live app UI or user interface. System calibration and maintenance. Routine engineering checks to ensure load cells remain perfectly accurate to fractions of an ounce according to local regulatory standards. Unit cost versus total value. Understanding the relationship between the upfront cost of goods and the lifelong value generated by the system is critical when pitching to high-level retail buyers and venture capitalists. The traditional view versus the frictionless reality. For the traditional retail model, the upfront unit packaging cost will be low. In other words, it will be low, consisting of basic plastic films and cardboard. For traditional retail model, the store labor allocation will be high. Repetitive manual scanning, checkout line bottlenecks, and manual inventory counting. The inventory shrinkage or theft and error risk would be high. Untracked items, this would include untracked items, checkout blind spots, manual inventory lag. For traditional retail model, the consumer data capture would be limited. Data captured only at checkout via loyalty cards, no visibility on abandoned items. For frictionless and smart packaging model, the upfront unit packaging cost would be marginally higher. Integration of biodegradable barrier coatings and embedded smart chips. For store labor allocation, it would be low, optimized. Staff would be reassigned to high-value hospitality, restocking, and resolution support. For inventory shrinkage or theft or error for frictionless and smart packaging model, it would be low. Real-time sensor fusion instantly flags unpurchased or misplaced inventory. And then the consumer data capture would be absolute. Granular digital style analytics, capturing paths, integration heat maps, and item drop rates. Total value generation. While the initial unit cost of the packaging and store hardware shows a premium over legacy systems, the total value generated far outweighs the investment. Velocity of capital. Eliminating checkout lines dramatically increases store throughput per square foot during peak operational hours. Predictive revenue. Features like predictive cart assistance monetize the physical aisle in real time, driving impulse conversions that do not occur in standard environments. Brand equity and circularity. Zero plastic, 100% compostable packaging 100% compostable packaging eliminates future carbon tax liabilities and positions the retail footprint as a premium, forward-thinking sustainability leader. Discounts, rebates, and incentive structures. To drive rapid industry adoption among consumer packaged goods, or CPG manufacturers and retailers, we utilize target incentive loops. Source tagging volume rebates. CPG brands that pre-integrate our smart packaging tags directly at their manufacturing plants receive tiered rebates on the licensing fees of our data engine. This moves the labor cost of tagging out of the retail store and into the factory supply chain. What did I say? I don't know. Factory supply chain. Hardware as a Service, or HAAS subsidies. For early adopter retail chains, the upfront cost of smart shelves and cameras can be subsidized or amortized into a predictable monthly operational fee, lowering the barrier to entry for mid-sized merchants. The Eco Return Consumer Credit. Consumers who return the structural permanent keepsake outer packaging shells to automated store drop-off bins receive immediate cashback rebates or loyalty points pushed directly to their app wallets. For legal, regulatory, and compliance obstacles, this one's just like a brief overview, like we'll delve more into it later. Operating at the intersection of AI, automated weighing, and high volume financial data presents strict. Hold on. Operating at the intersection of AI, automated weighing, and high volume financial data presents several strict regulatory hurdles that must be managed. Weights and measures certifications. Local and state departments regulate commercial scales to ensure fair pricing. Since traditional checkout scales are eliminated, the computer vision and weighted shelf fusion system must undergo rigorous testing to be legally certified as an accurate, non-biased framework for selling products by weight. Biometric and consumer privacy frameworks. To maintain strict compliance with data privacy acts like CCPA, CPRA, or GDPR, the computer vision system must explicitly avoid facial recognition or personal biometric storage. The software must process skeletal geometry and directional path mapping data only, decoupling the tracking of physical items from the user's personal biometric identity. PCI or DSS payment compliance. Because payment occurs implicitly in the background via ambient commerce, the app's back end must utilize highly secure tokenized payment processing architectures to safeguard customer financial data as they walk past the UWB or BLE exit gates. I was just kind of curious to see how long this would take too. I'm like 35 to 40% of the way through. I've been doing this for. What are we at? What's our time? Just over an hour. All right, it's not too bad. I think my longest one's like 3 or 4 hours. I think we should be wrapped up before then. All right. Yeah, it'll be wrapped up before then. All right, next up. Next section, warranties offered. Building enterprise trust. To de-risk the transition to an automated ecosystem for high-level retail partners, we offer robust performance and hardware warranties. The Zero Lag App UI Guarantee, a software service level agreement, or SLA, guaranteeing that the data pipeline between the physical shelf drop, edge compute node, and consumer's digital twin app cart maintains an instantaneous latency threshold of less than 500 milliseconds. The sensor calibration warranty, a comprehensive 3-year warranty covering all smart shelf load cells. If a sensor drifts out of regulatory compliance tolerances due to normal wear and tear, it is remotely recalibrated or physically replaced at zero operational cost to the retail licensee. Hardware component protection. Standard enterprise-grade hardware warranties on all overhead PoE tracking camera arrays and gate infrastructure, backed by 24/7 remote diagnostic monitoring to identify and resolve network anomalies before they impact the live shopping experience. Now for legal and regulatory compliance strategy. The legal and regulatory compliance strategy, very, 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 very important. It kind of goes without saying. I don't need to say that again. To successfully deploy a frictionless retail and smart packaging ecosystem, we must navigate a complex web of overlapping local, state, and federal regulations. Because this concept sits at the exact intersection of artificial intelligence or computer vision, automated physical hardware, the weight sensing shelves, computer data, and sustainable materials, compliance cannot be an afterthought. It must be baked into the software and physical architecture from day one. The comprehensive legal and regulatory compliance strategy is broken down by key legal domains. Weights and measures compliance, the produce problem. When selling items by weight, like bulk produce or deli items, state and local laws strictly mandate how that weight is calculated and displayed to ensure the consumer isn't being overcharged. Traditional retail relies on physical, legal for trade scales at the checkout counter. The regulatory body includes the state of departments of agriculture and local bureaus of weights and measures. For example, following a National Institute of Standards and Technology or NIST Handbook 44 guidelines. The strategy, our computer vision plus weighted shelf fusion must be certified under the National Type Evaluation Program or NTEP. Action plan, the smart shelf load cells must maintain a permanent self-calibration loop to prevent sensor drift. The digital twin app UI must legally act as the customer-facing weight display. When 1.4 pounds of bananas are pulled, the app must explicitly show the tare weight or TARE weight, the weight of the packaging or stems subtracted. The weight of the packaging with these stems or like excess parts subtracted. I think I remember this, what it was. The net weight, the price per pound, and the total cost. Okay, so so when 1.4 bananas are pulled, that must explicitly show the tare weight, the net weight, price per pound, and total cost instantly. Okay, so again, live updates. Privacy, biometrics, and data protection. Because the store uses high-density overhead camera arrays to track movement, we must satisfy strict consumer privacy laws such as CCPA and CPRA in California, GDPR principles, and state-specific biometric laws like Illinois' BIPA. Legal trap. Using facial recognition or capturing unique bodily measurements to identify individuals without explicit, heavily regulated consent can lead to massive class action lawsuits. Let's avoid that. The strategy, privacy by design. Completely decouple physical tracking from human identity. Action plan. Do you accept these cookies? The computer vision software must instantly convert video feeds into anonymous skeletal mesh or vector paths. The system tracks object alpha move to shelf 4, not the facial features of the person. The store entrance must feature prominent, legal compliant, privacy transparency signage explicitly stating that no facial biometrics are captured or stored. The backend database must store transaction history tied to an anonymous user token, ensuring that if a data breach occurs, no physical biometric data can be exposed. For financial compliance and ambient payment security, processing payments passively in the background, in other words, ambient commerce, requires adherence to banking regulations and rigorous data scrutiny standards to prevent fraud and unauthorized charges. The regulatory body, the Payment Card Industry Security Standards Council, or PCI, SSC, and Federal Financial Consumer Protection Bureaus. The strategy, implement absolute tokenization through a PCI DSS Level 1 compliant gateway provider like Stripe or Aiden. The action plan, the mobile app must never store raw credit card data on the user's phone or our local edge servers. The UWB or BLE exit gate logic must execute a tokenized handshake. The physical gate only opens when the payment processor confirms a valid pre-authorized token is active, instantly reconciling the cart balance the second the shopper steps into the exit threshold. Environmental and food contact packaging regulations. Our mandatory 100% compostable packaging, biodegradable seaweed PLA coatings, and embedded RFID or NFC smart tags must comply with environmental claims laws and public health standards. The regulatory body, bum bum bum, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, for food contact safety, and the FTC or Federal Trade Commission, green guides for environmental marketing claims. The strategy, certified circular material validation. Action plan, FDA food contract compliance. The biodegradable barrier coatings applied to the interior of the molded agricultural pulp must be certified as chemically inert and safe for direct contact with raw food, preventing migration of packaging materials into the product. Two, greenwashing prevention. To legally label the packaging as compostable, the entire assembly, including the paper-thin smart chip, soy inks, and biopolymers, must pass ASTM D400 or ASTM D6868 standards, proving it breaks down entirely in commercial or home composting environments without leaving toxic heavy metal residues. Accessibility and fair commerce mandates. Automated stores have recently faced intense legal scrutiny regarding accessibility for disabled shoppers and discrimination against unbanked consumers or those who rely entirely on physical cash. The regulatory body, the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, with local municipal cash mandate ordinances. The strategy, inclusive physical and digital design architecture. Action plan. First is digital accessibility. The mobile digital twin app must fully support screen readers, high contrast display options, and haptic or audio alerts to ensure visually or hearing impaired shoppers can track their cart in real time. Physical accessibility. The entrance and exit gates, as well as the amicable resolution zone, must provide clearance widths and reach zones that strictly comply with ADA standards for wheelchair access. The unbanked solution. To comply with cities that legally outlaw cashless businesses, the store entrance gate must feature a cash to digital kiosk. Unbanked shoppers can insert physical cash into an entryway kiosk, which instantly outputs a temporary scan paper QR code pass loaded with that cash value, allowing them to utilize the frictionless store flawlessly. Age-restricted product enforcement. Selling alcohol, tobacco, or age-restricted pharmaceuticals in an automated environment requires ironclad verification to prevent minor access. The regulatory body, the state departments of liquor licenses and control, or equivalent local ATF boards. The strategy, hardware locked smart cabinets and digital ID integration. Action plan, age-restricted items cannot sit on open smart shelves. They must be housed in locked smart cabinets. To unlock the cabinet, the consumer must scan a verified digital ID or a completed biocheck within the app. When the item is pulled, the app UI instantly displays the yellow action required sticky banner alerting the store or staff. A designated hospitality employee in the amicable resolution zone must visually cross-verify the guest's physical match before the exit gate will allow them to pass with the restricted item. Regulatory risk matrix. For weights and measures, the primary legal hurdle is fraudulent or inaccurate fruit and vegetable weight pricing. For weights and measures, the mitigation engineering would be real-time sensor fusion or vision plus load cells plus NTEP certified digital display on screen. For biometric privacy, the primary legal hurdle is class action lawsuits or over illegal tracking, for example, BIPA. And the mitigation engineering would be anonymized skeletal path vector tracking or zero facial recognition storage. For cashless bans, if we have to confront those, the primary legal hurdle would be discrimination against unbanked lower income demographics. The mitigation engineering would be entryway cash to digital value conversation or entryway cash to digital value conversion kiosks. For environmental claims, the primary legal hurdle is FTC Green Guide violations for unverified composting claims. And the mitigation engineering would be rigid ASTM D6400 multi-layer laboratory testing certification. For anticipated product or service lifecycle, this map shows how our frictionless retail infrastructure and smart packaging ecosystem. God, I can't talk anymore. I've been talking too much. Hold on. Like I imagine like just talking a lot and like just talking. It's kind of like just like you're working out the muscles here. It's kind of like working out the muscles. Like if I'm just doing curls like all day, like eventually you're gonna get tired. You're like, oh crap, like that's getting harder now. I feel like as like my voice box is just like going or doing its thing, I feel like it's slowing down. Do I need more ATP for my throat? Adenosine triphosphate, brother. Okay. Anticipated product and service lifecycle. This maps how our. Let's start over one more time. Take 3 and action. This maps how our frictionless retail infrastructure and smart packaging ecosystem will evolve from an emergency. Yeah, I can't read anymore. So this maps our frictionless retail infrastructure and smart packaging ecosystem will evolve from an emerging capital-intensive technology into a standardized, mature industry utility. Recent shifts in ambient commerce, such as major tech firms pivoting from complex big box grocery installations toward high velocity, small format venues like stadiums, airports, and university campuses, demonstrate that the success of this life cycle depends heavily on contextual deployment. Phase 1, research, development, and prototyping, months 1 through 18. The focus is on achieving technological precision, cross-verifying multi-sensor feeds, and securing early certifications. Technological milestones. Engineering the core sensor fusion engine to perfectly sync overhead computer vision cameras, smart shelf load cells, and embedded RFID or NFC smart packaging data. Regulatory alignment. Subjecting the ecosystem to rigorous laboratory testing to earn NTEP or National Type Evaluation Program certifications for trade digital weight pricing on produce. Concurrently, our smart packaging materials undergo testing to secure ASTM D6400 home compostable badges. Strategic action. Deploying a highly controlled small footprint beta pilot, for example, a student grab and go micro market on academic campus like Scottsdale Community College. This phase is purely about refining the back end to minimize lag under a low skew, high frequency consumer environment. Phase 2, introduction and early market entry, years 2 to 3. The focus shifts to commercialization, brand positioning, and de-risking high infrastructure costs for retail buyers. Market positioning, launching the system via a hardware as a service or HAAS and SaaS licensing subscription. This strategy directly eliminates a massive market constraint, the high upfront capital costs of cameras and smart shelves, by allowing retailers to pay a predictable, subsidized operational fee. Target environments, hyper-focusing rollout exclusively on high surge, high throughput, small format retail footprints. This includes university grab and go hubs, corporate campus micro markets, airport walkthrough stores, and stadium concession stalls. For marketing focus, promoting customer adoption through viral magic moment short form video campaigns showcasing shoppers smoothly passing through exit gates without stopping. At the same time, CPG manufacturers are offered volume source tagging rebates to embed our compostable smart chips at their factories, shifting the tagging labor out of the store. Phase three. Time out. Hold on. I need to give my mouth a break. My jaw. God damn. I used to talking so much. That'll be a good thing. Oh, all right. Phase three. We covered a lot. All right. Growth and market penetration. Years 4 through 7. The product lifestyle enters a high growth trajectory, aligning with a global smart retail infrastructure market expanding at above 20% CAGR. Scaling and monetization. Transitioning from early adopters to mid-tier regional grocery chains, convenience stores, and international travel transit hubs. Revenue scales dramatically through background ambient transaction-free cuts and SaaS renewals. Feature expansion. Subscription as a service, SaaS renewals. Feature expansion. Activating the predictive cart assistance framework at scale. The software evolves from a passive tracking tool into an active AI-driven revenue generator, pushing targeted spatial coupons directly to consumer app sticky banners based on real-time aisle data. Hardware deflation. As component manufacturing, load cells, ultra-wideband antennas, or e-ink displays hits global economies of scale, physical installation costs drop by an estimated 30% to 40%, making the hardware highly accessible to small and medium-sized independent retailers. Phase 4, maturity and standardization, years 8 through 15. The technology becomes an omnipresent industrial baseline, and monetization pivots from infrastructure to big data analytics. Market saturation. Just walkout styled ambient commerce replaces traditional manual barcode scanning as the standard baseline expectation for physical convenience shopping. Standing in a checkout line is viewed by consumers as an obsolete relic experience. Call it it's called an anachronism. Checkout lines will be anachronistic. For the data moat, the core business value shifts heavily from hardware installation to deep retail. The analytics, our platform acts as a premier digital style search engine for physical stores, licensing anonymous aggregated consumer data to massive global brands. Manufacturers pay a premium to view exact consumer path vectors, heat maps, and precise pickup versus put back ratios. In other words, the expanded gray list metrics. So yeah, that's the gray list that's also available through the users. Kind of the same or similar data point. Packaging ubiquity. Our compostable bio-coded packaging framework with integrated smart node tracking becomes a standardized industry requirement, satisfying strict municipal circular economy laws and carbon tax boundaries. And phase 5, decline, refresh, or infrastructure legacy, years 15 plus. Mitigating obsolescence by preemptively upgrading software ecosystems and structural frameworks. The threat. Over time, physical sensor configurations or standard mobile apps face obsolescence as advanced wearables, augmented reality glasses, or edge-neutral implants reshape how humans interact with digital environments. The pivot strategy, Because our system is fundamentally rooted in a flexible sensor fusion data engine, we are protected from physical obsolescence. As smartphones fade, the backend software pipeline seamlessly shifts its user-facing output from phone screens to direct AR heads-up displays or spatial smart glasses interfaces. Our core tracking logic, the smart packaging nodes, and the amicable resolution zones remain structured enterprise value and preserving our enterprise value indefinitely. Supply chain management, or SCM strategy. Scale our frictionless retail network and smart packaging ecosystem, our operational backend must be divided into two symbiotic strategies. Supply chain management, or SCM. This ensures that physical hardware and biopackaging materials move seamlessly from manufacturing to retail shelves. The wholesale strategy. This incentivizes consumer packaged goods, or CPG brands, and distributors to adopt our technology at the point of manufacture. Our SCM strategy is distinct because it manages two entirely different life cycles. One, the high turnover biological or technical cycles of smart packaging, and two, the high value hardware or IoT infrastructure deployment. Upstream sourcing and material procurement for molded fiber and biopolymers. Establish dual sourcing contracts with major agricultural upcyclers to produce sugarcane, biogas, hemp fiber, and seaweed-based resins. Sourcing raw materials near packaging fabrication plants minimizes upstream transit emissions. Decoupled silicon sourcing. Source our thin substrate NFC RFID smart chips from primary semiconductor foundries, for example, NXP or Impinj, to safeguard against global chip supply shocks. Maintain a rolling 6-month buffer shock of unprogrammed smart inlets in centralized climate-controlled corporate storage hubs. Production and fabrication. The tag integration loop. Co-engineer a production line process where the plastic-free smart chip is embedded between the structural pulp layers during the wet molding stage, followed by direct inline laser etching of the minimalist QR codes. Apply the biodegradable seaweed moisture barrier as a final high-speed automated spray coating, ensuring the entire packaging assembly leaves the factory as a unified, certified home compostable unit. Downstream logistics and smart warehousing. RFID isolated logistics. Packaged inventory must travel from manufacturing centers to distribution hubs using Faraday shielded or baffled pallet configurations. This prevents large, high-density stacks of active smart packaging from creating signal interference or overwhelming traditional logistics scanning gates during transport. Just-in-time, or JIT, infrastructure deployment. Hardware components such as cameras, load cells, or turnstiles are coordinated using a JIT framework tied directly to store renovation schedules, eliminating expensive warehouse storage costs for heavy physical components. For wholesale and B2B distribution strategy, the ultimate goal of our wholesale strategy is to move source tagging ubiquity. The ultimate goal of our wholesale strategy is to achieve source tagging ubiquity. We must convince distributors, wholesalers, and CPG manufacturers that pre-integrating our smart packaging technology at their factories gives them a massive competitive edge. The value proposition to wholesalers and CPG brands: 100% inventory accuracy at source. Traditional wholesale distributors lose millions annually to picking errors and inventory misplacement. By shipping items in our smart packaging, wholesalers can scan an entire pallet instantly with 100% accuracy, streamlining their own warehouse supply chains. The digital product passport compliance. Position our embedded smart tag as a legal and marketing asset. European and domestic regulations are increasingly mandating traceable supply chains. Our NFC or RFID tag serves as a built-in passport, providing sourcing compliance, carbon offset tracking, and authentic origin data directly to the end retailer and consumer. High volume incentives and tiered financial rebates to drive industry adoption. Deploy a structured B2B pricing model that rewards early adopters and high volume manufacturers. Source tagging, volume rebates, CPG brands that pre-integrate our smart packaging tags directly at their manufacturing plants receive tiered rebates on the licensing fees of our data engine. This moves the labor cost of tagging out of the retail store and into the factory supply chain. The shared data incentive offer wholesalers and brands access to a proprietary B2B dashboard. In exchange for utilizing our smart packaging ecosystem, brands receive highly guarded, anonymized in-store engagement data that physical retail has never been able to capture before. For example, 34% of shoppers picked up our product from the shelf, held it for more than 10 seconds, but ultimately placed it back. This feedback loop is an invaluable asset for wholesale connection optimization. Channel partner strategy, partnering with mega distributors. Focus our business development efforts on securing partnerships with major food and consumer goods distributors such as Cisco, US Foods, or UNFI. UNFI. Landing a corporate level distribution agreement ensures that products arrive at local grocery or convenience store locations pre-configured, pre-tagged, and 100% ready for our frictionless automated storefront environments. Public relations strategy. To successfully launch an enterprise of this scale, a proactive and bulletproof public relations strategy is essential. Because frictionless retail touches sensitive societal nerves, such as automation-driven job loss, digital privacy, and economic equity, our PR must go beyond standard marketing. It must actively shape the narrative, address systemic anxieties with deep empathy, and clearly separate the tech from standard corporate surveillance. Ethical and moral arguments. The four arguments or endorsements. These core arguments will serve as the foundation of our PR campaigns, white papers, and media talking points to build deep public goodwill. The gift of time, universal sovereignty. Traditional checkout queues represent an invisible tax on human life. By transitioning routine administrative waiting into background processing, the system returns hours of life back to the consumer every month. It honors the shopper's time as an unrenewable resource. Labor dignity and career upskilling. Rather than treating employees like robotic barcode scanning units, this system humanizes the workforce. It elevates personnel from repetitive, low-wage stationary tasks into dynamic retail experience specialists. Staff are upskilled to interact with AI-driven dashboards and authorized to provide genuine, human-centric hospitality in the amicable resolution zone. True environmental stewardship. It doesn't have to just be in the amicable resolution zone. It can be throughout the store too. It's just highlight that note. True environmental stewardship. The integration of 100% home compostable packaging and plastic-free smart tags directly combats the global microplastic crisis. The packaging design creates an active circular loop that feeds the soil rather than choking a landfill, setting a new moral standard for industrial design. Complete financial transparency. Traditional retail relies on visual consumer vulnerability, discovering how the total bill only traditional retail relies on visual consumer vulnerability. In other words, discovering the total bill only at the register. Our real-time digital twin UI democratizes pricing data, allowing families, students, and budget-conscious shoppers to see the rolling costs updated instantaneously, preventing financial anxiety and checkout embarrassment. Factors guaranteeing feasibility or strengths. These operational realities, market trends validate that our concept is highly practical and perfectly timed for industry execution. The small format, high velocity micro trend. Market data shows ambient commerce is rapidly moving from unmanageable big box grocery experiments to hyper focused, high throughput footprints. Revenue, venues like sports stadiums, for example, Lumen Field or Alliance Stadium, airports and university grab and go markets are achieving massive success. In these zones, frictionless transactions slash checkout times to down to under 6 seconds, boosting store revenue by up to 20%. Hardware cost deflation. The capital requirements for automated retail have dropped significantly. Breakthroughs in physical hardware installation mean overhead sensor arrays can now be mounted flexibly on modular structural plates rather than requiring invasive infrastructure overhauls like drilling through store cement. This slashes general contracting timelines from months to mere weeks, drastically lowering the total cost of ownership or TCO. Advanced sensor fusion and error reduction. Traditional self-checkout systems rely on Traditional self-checkout systems suffer from a staggeringly high shrinkage rate, nearly 3.5%, due to customers scanning mistakes and deliberate theft. By fusing computer vision with weighted shelf load cells, our system builds an ironclad cross-verification loop that brings inventory errors down to levels matching or beating traditional cashier lines. Rebuttals and ethical arguments, the against or opposition arguments. Our PR team must be fully prepared to face these standard heavy pushbacks from community advocates, labor unions, and media critics. Mass tech unemployment critique, the argument. Cashiering remains one of the largest entry-level occupations in the country, disproportionately employing women and minorities. Critics will argue that our technology aggressively automates these vulnerable workers out of a living wage to line corporate pockets. The PR counter strategy, shift the narrative to labor reallocation. So not labor deletion or reduction, it's labor reallocation. We're just moving it horizontally, not vertically. We're not reducing it down. We're moving this way. We're not getting you out. We're keeping you in. We're just putting you over there now. Prove via case studies that store headcounts remain consistent. Staff are not eliminated. They are simply reassigned to high-value consumer fulfillment, inventory management, and face-to-face service, protecting physical retail jobs from disappearing to pure e-commerce warehouse automation. Okay. All right. Well, if we're going to do that, we're going to have to actually make them useful instead of just putting them somewhere else and paying them to do absolutely nothing productive. We're going to have to create other auxiliary new that are actually productive. Instead of like putting them somewhere else, like you still have a job and now I have to pay you for doing something that's literally useless to me. I don't love it, but I need here. We're gonna take a break real quick. Here we go. All right, we're back, baby. Whatever happened to Johnny Bravo, man? I wonder why that was canceled. I have a feeling I know why it was canceled. It was sexist as hell. But the point was Johnny is always getting beat up for being super sexist. Like he's misogynistic as hell, but he's always getting his ass kicked. And so I feel like, yeah, Johnny Bravo himself wasn't the best role model, But the fact that he's always getting his ass whooped by a bunch of females was always like I'm like, okay, yeah, and like you talk shit and like you say the wrong thing to women, like you might get your ass beat. I thought that was a very valuable lesson for kids. Like, don't treat women bad and don't say misogynistic things to women because they'll uppercut you or kick you in the nuts. I don't know. He got his ass beat quite a bit. I don't want to talk about that. All right. So we got rebuttals, ethical arguments. Cool. All right, so the counter strategy, labor reallocation, protecting physical retail jobs from disappearing to pure e-commerce, warehouse automation. Ugh. All right, we'll take that into consideration at the very least. We'll make sure we're operating within legal parameters there, but I much prefer efficiency and effectiveness. And I think that humans are very capable of adapting. I believe in you. I have faith in you. You're very good at coming up with solutions to things if you actually give a shit and try. So how about instead of getting us in trouble for eliminating human jobs that are just not needed because they're an inconvenience and costly to have around, yeah, I'll do you guys a favor and I'll try to work with you to create other jobs. So, I mean, that's like the big thing. Like, that's what people get scared for is like, oh, okay, you're taking away this job. Now I have to relearn a bunch of other stuff and look for a new job. And I don't know, find a new community of people. It's a big, big change. So I'm like, I get it. It's scary. But at the same time, we should be able to get to a point as a society where people can adapt and be more fluid. Like Bruce Lee, dude, be like water. Be like water. be adaptable, be malleable, be able to whatever happens, be like conform to the situation, be able to just dominate it. I don't know. I don't remember the exact quote, but Bruce Lee, good life advice. I lost my spot again. Okay, the panopticon surveillance panic. The argument. A store covered in high-density 4K tracking cameras feels like an invasive, dystopian surveillance state. Then don't go. Critics will claim the system is quietly mining personal biometric data to track human behavior. The PR counter strategy, push the structural boundary of privacy by design. Explicitly state and invite third-party audits to verify that the system uses autonomous skeletal path geometry only. The software maps vectors, not faces, and completely decouples personal biometric identities from data collection. Factors jeopardizing feasibility, the risks and threats. These internal and external forces represent real operational blind spots that could derail the long-term execution of our business model. Municipal cash mandate bans. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, this one's tricky. We're going to navigate around this one. Multiple cities and states have legally outlawed cashless business to protect the unbanked and lower income demographics who do not possess credit cards or smartphones. Operating a purely cashless app locked ecosystem. Oh my god. The mouth. It doesn't want to move or work anymore. Wow. The human body is so limited. It's annoying. All right. Operating a purely cashless app-locked ecosystem in these zones invites heavy regulatory fines and public backlash. My face hurts. The Shield. We got a long way to go though, so we gotta keep going. The Shield. The rollout. I need to come up with a more efficient strategy of doing this. I feel like I need to have like an AI program that can just read it. I upload it here, and then we'll worry about just creating the presentations. Because you guys need visuals too. You know, I don't even want to watch these videos. I'm just looking at me talking the whole time. No, I need visuals, man. I need to learn how to edit, do visuals. I need somebody that knows how to edit stuff, so I can just work on my stuff. I'm like, dude, god damn, it takes hours to edit things, man. Like all this editing on YouTube and like uploading stuff, god, that takes so much freaking time. And like, I have to use my time coming up with ideas and editing stuff. And like, dude, I don't have enough time in the day. Other people. I need people working with me, not for me, with me. Yeah, that's my whole thing. Side note, I don't work for anybody. I work with anybody, but I will not work for anybody. We cannot work for each other. We work with each other. That's a very firm rule. That's a rule that I have. No one works for anybody. Everybody works with each other. That's because I personally refuse to work for anybody. I accept working with anybody, but I will not work for anybody. So I issue that same standard to everybody else. Oh my god, I'm getting distracted. It's got so much more to go on this thing. Yeah, I need to come up with a more efficient method of doing this. So I can't be doing this. I have over 1,000 ideas that are going to be exactly like this, taking over. God, how long are we on this? Almost 2 hours, and I'm not even halfway through. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do this one, and then as we're figuring out a better solution, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna continue creating the files, but I'm gonna look for an AA program or a person that can edit videos, upload videos, and record audio to read it, and so I can create visuals and actual presentations to go along with the audio and script, transcript, description, report, whatever. All right. We know what we got to do. It's just so goddamn much. So fucking much we got to do. So much. So much. Busier than anybody I freaking know. Like I have an ungodly amount of work to do. Oh, nobody should be this video. I don't even know if the freaking president is as busy as I am. Because I know I'm even thinking about the president and all the things that he's like signing. I feel like most people are doing a lot of the work compiling that stuff. Like literally he's just over there, like somebody gives him a gist of it and they're like, all right, cool, signs it. And like his name goes on it. He takes credit for doing all this shit that probably hundreds of thousands or thousands of other people are taking their time working on. He didn't really do shit about it, but he's taking credit for it. Me, on the other hand, I'm actually putting the reports together myself and issuing it. And so I'm like, I feel like I'm doing everything the president's doing and like 10 times more. And I'm barely getting any sleep at all. I'm running off like 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night. That's great. I hear the presidents like they get up to like 5 hours of sleep. Dude, that's luxury, man. You lucky bastards. You getting 5 full hours? I'm lucky if I get like 2 or 3 at a time. It's got like so many ideas. Dude, I'll even wake up like in the middle of the night and just be like dreaming about like an idea and be like, crap, I gotta write it down now. Like I'll be like tired of like, god damn it. Like, let's go record it or write it down and like deal with it later. But like, it happens so much. Like multiple times a night sometimes. It's actually nice to kind of have a night sometimes where I'm not like just bombarded with a bunch of ideas stuff. It's kind of like Sage. I remember watching just a real quick side note. I remember watching Sage, like she's the one that has the superpower of being really smart, where her head's like just always loud all the time. And then like she gets down or she gets blasted by Kamiko's radiation thing that she kind of they experimented, gave her like Soldier Boy's powers, and she was able to blast this radiation pulse or whatever. And then I was able to take away people's powers, and Sage got her powers taken away. And she's like, "Hey, I'm stupid," and it feels great because like my mind's just quiet and it's relaxed. That's what it feels like for me on the days where I'm like just not completely like thinking at a million miles per hour. My brain's not like a pure fucking chaotic hellstorm of concepts and ruminations of things. Where we at? Municipal cash mandate bans. Okay, here we go. Operating purely cashless app lock ecosystem in these zones invites heavily regulatory fines and public.
our shield against the municipal cash mandate bans. Oh god. Okay. Shield. The rollout of our entryway cash to digital kiosks is mandatory to bypass this risk, allowing unbanked consumers to exchange physical currency or scanned entry passes. The human in the loop operational lag. Early iterations of ambient stores secretly relied on thousands of offsite human video reviewers to double check tracking errors, causing massive delays in sending receipts to users. But if our backend AI engine lacks the algorithmic maturity to process edge data natively and relies on heavy manual review, the business model fails to scale and consumer trust collapses due to receipt lag. Yep, true. Yeah, let's go ahead and have good, sufficient software then. Supply chain disruptions and smart packaging. Our circular economy model requires a constant supply of plastic-free smart inlets and biomaterials. A global semiconductor chips shock or sudden shortage of harvestable agricultural fibers could stall packaging fabrication lines, leaving retail shelves without tracking capabilities. Damn, it's cold now. All right, need more coffee. PR communication playbook. So for the Okay, so in the event of a labor protest, so we got a scenario here, a labor protest, a privacy scare, and a system error. So 3 different scenarios. So for the first scenario, the labor protest, public backlash. This tech kills low-income cashier jobs. The PR action response. Showcase video profiles of current store staff detailing their transition into higher skilled, higher paying, experienced specialist roles. Fuck, we're gonna have to pay them more? Privacy scare. They are recording our faces and stealing our data. They got nanobots in my blood. Anyway. Launch interactive infographics detailing how cameras convert images into anonymous geometric stick figures instantly with 0 facial biometrics stored. For a system error scenario, the public backlash might go as follows. A customer is misbilled or flagged at the gate. For the PR action response, we would empower staff in the amicable resolution zone to instantly waive the item cost with a helpful apologetic gesture, turning an error into a customer loyalty win. I don't know, we could also give them like a couple bonus points, like just like minimal, like, I don't know, say like 100 points is worth a buck, give them like 5 or 10 or maybe even 20 extra bonus points for the courtesy of going to the what do you call it? Ambient, ambivalent, or amicable resolution zone. There you go. The amicable resolution zone. We could have, and that could be like per item too. Maybe so like 20 points are again arbitrary numbers here. Like a medium-sized amount of points for the simple act of going to the person, the amicable resolution zone to resolve the issue. And then maybe like a point up to like 5 points per item if it was like multiple items. So it's like that because I want to be able to reward people like if they have like a bunch of items and it's like crap, a bunch of like items have shown up as red or yellow. We really want that person going incentivized to go to the amicable resolution zone versus somebody who only has like one missing item and like yeah we want them obviously too to go through there but that's less pressing than the person who has like 10 or 20 items that are like flagged. So yeah, that'd be kind of a cool little incentive to kind of point people in the right direction. Be like, hey, like, come on, integrity. Be honest. Let's go. Come on, be good people. You gotta incentivize people to be good and do good things. Otherwise, they'll try to get away with shit. Risk reward psychology, brother. It's fun. It's interesting. It's complex, but fun to apply when you know to apply it.
All right, positive and negative impacts on society. The societal footprint of a frictionless smart package retail ecosystem extends far beyond the four walls of a storefront. By restructuring how goods are tracked, packaged, and paid for, this technology initiates a ripple effect across urban labor markets, supply chains, and environmental waste ecosystems. For economic impacts, the short term versus long term, starting off with short term impacts, the positive would be, or the velocity capital injection. Small format venues such as airports, stadiums, and campus markets experience an immediate 15 to 20% spike in revenue. Slicing checkout transaction times down to under 6 seconds eliminates peak hour line abandonment, or in other words, the customer walking away because the line is too long. For negative short-term impacts, this would include the CapEx strain or capital expenditure strain and transition friction. Retailers face a steep initial capital expenditure hurdle to install the high-density overhead camera arrays and localized edge servers. Independent or small-scale merchants risk being temporarily priced out of the market, widening a competitive gap between small businesses and well-funded enterprise retail chains. Excuse me. Long-term impacts. The positive, the retail data revolution. Physical commerce achieves true digital style, algorithmic efficiency. By studying long-term anonymized aggregate path data and item interaction vectors, supply chains can flawlessly align product manufacturing with real-world consumption, drastically reducing global inventory overproduction. We're producing the exact right amount of stuff, so they're allocating resources precisely. The negative long-term impacts would be the low-skill labor contraction. Cashiering has historically served as a critical, accessible economic safety net for entry-level workers, students, and marginalized groups. I say that's about time we change that. Let's pave our way into the future, man. Oh no, I'm making this a little extra gravity right around here. Weird. Yeah, just because it's something we've had for a while doesn't mean it's the best solution. It's been around for generations. You know, it's also been around for generations, the flu. You know, also has been around for generations. Parents beating their kids. And guess what? We've moved on. We've evolved. We've adapted, and we're like, hey, that shit's bad. Same with this cashiers. We don't need them. We don't need them. We don't want them. People might be complacent and be like, "This is all I have. This is all I know." Well, I got you, buddy. We're gonna create new jobs for you. If you can't create them yourselves, fuck it. We'll carry your weight. We'll figure it out for you. God damn it. Fucking do everything for you guys. And I'm only doing it because it's inconveniencing to get the backlash. I'm like doing it as a buffer to kind of mitigate backlash and so basically reducing resistance, the inconvenience of resistance. We're just basically aware of it and just kind of trying to tamper that down. All right. Yeah, we gotta fucking change that. All right, over a 10 to 15 year horizon, structural automation will permanently contract this job market, requiring massive systemic workforce retraining programs to prevent localized economic displacement. And we just gotta provide alternatives and substitutes. It's kind of like I don't know, a little bit of a stretch of a comparison here, but kind of prohibition, where you just take away a thing. Like, you can't have this thing. Well, like, people are gonna want something to substitute it with. Like, you can't just remove a thing or add a thing. Like, you gotta have kind of buffers. The bigger and the more rapid the change, the bigger and the more rapid the resistance. Generally, it's kind of like a rule of thumb, but could be. Got missed calls. That's great. Okay, environmental impacts, the short term versus long term. For short term environmental impacts, the positive, the immediate plastic elimination, replacing traditional petroleum based plastic films and styrofoam inserts with molded agricultural pulp and seaweed coatings because an immediate reduction in single use plastic waste within the store's localized municipality. Coatings causes an immediate reduction. Okay. Negative, the e-waste and energy surge, deploying thousands of continuous 4K cameras, smart shelf sensors, and localized industrial GPU edge nodes causes a sharp spike in local energy consumption. Furthermore, the short-term manufacturing and eventual retirement of early generation electronic shelf labels or ESLs and smart tags generate a new stream of technical e-waste. Long-term environmental impacts, the positive, true circular economy or saturation, shifting the global packaging baseline to certified home compostable materials actively rehabilitates local waste streams. Millions of tons of packaging bypass landfills entirely, returning to regional composting systems as non-toxic agricultural nutrients. The negative long-term environmental impacts, the hidden cloud carbon footprint. As thousands of automated stores scale globally, the sheer computational volume required to process real-time multi-sensor fusion pipelines strains data centers. If these cloud and edge computing hubs are powered by non-renewable energy grids, the ambient commerce revolution could inadvertently expand the tech sector's net carbon footprint. Important note, maximizing the positive and minimizing the negative. Economic interventions. Adopt an amortized HaaS model or hardware as a service model to prevent independent local merchants from being squeezed out by corporate giants. Commit strictly to a hardware as a service or HaaS model or licensing framework. Amortizing infrastructure costs into a low, predictable monthly subscription lowers the barrier to entry, democratizing advanced AI for small businesses. Proactive labor upskilling. Establish corporate partnerships with community colleges to sponsor accredited training programs, reallocate staff out of the checkout lane, and train them as data dashboard handlers, inventory logisticians, and high-value consumer service specialists. Jesus. Environmental interventions. Mandate green edge computing. Require that all on-site edge servers and cloud networks run on certified 100% renewable energy grids. Implement circular smart tag extraction. Design the structural, keepsake, and refill packaging so that the plastic-free RFID or NFC chips can be easily separated from the compostable pulp at the end of life, allowing the electronic inlets to be infinitely recovered, reprogrammed, and reused across multiple product life cycles. Potential unforeseeable side effects. As society adapts to invisible ambient infrastructure, several psychological and behavioral anomalies could emerge. First, the erosion of transactional friction or overspending and debt. Traditional checkout lines serve as a psychological speed bump, forcing a customer to look at their wallet, watch items get scanned, and physically swipe a card. This creates a healthy pain of paying that regulates impulse spending. When commerce becomes completely ambient and invisible, vulnerable or low-income demographics might experience severe overspending habits because walking out of a store no longer feels like spending money. That's stimulating the economy right there, brother. You're putting more money into the economy, which incentivizes business to produce more because they're going to get more. And if you can't spend your money wisely, then that sucks. People that actually know how to spend their money wisely and invest their money wisely take the money from people that spend their money stupidly and allocate it to the people who are able to earn their money and spend it wisely. And then bigger and better things are innovated, and we get more technology, we get more products, we get more services, we get all kinds of things that are actually useful instead of people just throwing their money down the drain for things that they don't need, and it just goes off into the ether and it's wasted. And You're literally just sustaining waste. It's just like you're I'm not calling it people waste. I'm just saying that the way people spend their money is wasteful, and you're exacerbating that wastefulness by allocating money, having money allocated towards lower income people that don't spend their money that wisely. Not all lower income people, just the ones that don't know how to manage their money or resources. Those are impulsive. All right, where were we? When commerce becomes spending habits, because walking out of the store no longer feels like spending money. Well, you should have the intelligence or the capacity to understand that you're still spending money, you dipshit. You guys are great customers. I value you, love you. Yeah, the tide raises all ships, man. We're just gonna be raising standards for everybody. We're gonna be making everybody shop smarter. The ambient conditioning or legal blur or accidental shoplifting. If children grow up conditioned by a frictionless retail environment where picking up an object and walking out is the natural law of commerce, they may struggle to differentiate between automated and non-automated spaces. This could cause an increase in accidental, non-malicious shoplifting incidents when these consumers visit traditional, unautomated small businesses or community shops. My first thought was like, well, that sounds like a problem for those shops. like, they better step up their game and come on in there. I'm just kidding. No, so yeah, we would take that into account and be, I don't know, create touch points and signs and just different things that are kind of educating and guiding the consumer so that like they can easily walking them through the process, and so that like any step in the process is extremely hard to miss, and so like it's very intuitive and very easily people should be easily able to adapt to it. It should be easily adoptable. So society should be able to assimilate to this relatively easily. For hyper-sanitized social spaces, the checkout lane, despite its flaws, is one of the few remaining spontaneous cross-demographic human touchpoints in modern cities. Replacing it entirely with frictionless gates and silent background updates risks further isolating urban citizens, reducing physical neighborhoods to hyper-efficient, transactional transit corridors devoid of casual, unscripted human interaction. We got plenty of other places for that. That's fine. that's not a big. You got one place. I'm like, oh my god, nobody's gonna be talking ever again. Like this is one. We're just moving it faster. You're here, getting your shit, leave, do your thing, and then if you have time, go to a specific place designated for social interaction, like a bar, a nightclub, a park. I was gonna say library, but that one usually quieter. It's not. You're not really like as outgoing. You're kind of like more discreet. Yeah, that's not a problem. Stress testing. To ensure an enterprise-grade ambient commerce platform functions flawlessly under real-world pressures, it must undergo rigorous stress testing. Stress testing pushes the boundaries of physical hardware, software pipelines, sensor fusion algorithms, and human-centric design interfaces to their absolute breaking points. By simulating extreme worst-case scenarios, engineering teams can identify hidden bottlenecks, eliminate system false positives, and guarantee the platform's reliability before rolling it out commercially. High-density spatial stress testing, the flash mob scenario. This test evaluates whether the computer vision array and tracking algorithms can maintain accurate user identities when the physical space becomes chaotic and overcrowded. The test configuration. Flooding a compact 1,500 square foot store with 80 to 100 shoppers simultaneously. Shoppers are instructed to cross paths rapidly, walk in tight clusters, hug, swap hats, jackets, and mimic a chaotic rush hour, for example, stadium concession stand at halftime. What is being stressed? the machine learning skeletal tracking models,
the breaking point metrics, tracking identity occlusion or ID swapping. If the system loses track of who is user alpha and who is user beta because their skeletal meshes overlapped, it will misallocate purchases at the exit gate. Success threshold. The system must maintain independent, unbroken vector paths for over 99.5% of participants despite extreme physical proximity. Multi-sensor fusion contradiction testing. This test purposefully creates data conflicts between the overhead cameras and the smart shelf load cells to see how the system resolves discrepancies. The test configuration, scenario A shopper blocks the overhead camera's line of sight with an umbrella or a large box while lifting a heavy item off a smart shelf. Scenario B, the swap. A shopper picks up a high value item, for example, a premium wine bottle, walks to a different aisle and sets it down on an entirely different smart shelf, for example, the chip aisle. Or scenario C, the split. Two shoppers simultaneously reach for the same item from opposite angles, but only one takes it. What is being stressed here? The core algorithmic conflict resolution matrix. The software must decide which sensor stream to trust when the data points contradict one another. The success threshold. The system must gracefully flag these events as yellow or action required items on app's sticky banner, routing the user calmly to the amicable resolution zone rather than completely failing or ignoring the untracked transaction. Network and edge compute latency saturation. This test pushes the processing limits of the localized on-site edge server and cloud networks to guarantee real-time UI synchronization. The test configuration, simulating 500 physical product interactions, picking up and putting back items across the store within a single 60-second window. Concurrently, simulated network throttling is introduced, restricting local bandwidth down to 2G to 3G speeds or inducing a total internet blackout. What is being stressed? Data pipeline latency. The goal is to see if the digital twin cart on a user's phone screen lags behind their physical actions. Success threshold. Despite local network degradation, the edge server must process interactions locally. The UI response latency, the time between a physical pickup and the item appearing in green on the phone, must remain under 500 milliseconds. If the internet cuts out completely, the store must continue operating offline, processing exit handshakes using cached tokens. Smart packaging and material durability testing. Because the smart packaging relies on plastic-free, thin substrate NFC or RFID chips embedded in molded agricultural pulp, the physical tags must endure harsh consumer environments. The test configuration, subjecting the packaged items to environmental degradation metrics. Moisture saturation, mimicking a condensed heavy refrigerated or mimicking a condensation heavy refrigerated environment or a severe rainstorm at an outdoor stadium venue. Physical distortion, dropping, crushing, crumpling, or tearing the compostable packaging to simulate rough handling by children or tight squeezing inside a crowded backpack. What is being stressed is the physical and digital continuity of the embedded antenna arrays. The success threshold would be the embedded RFID or NFC chips must remain readable by shelf edge and exit gate directional antennas, even if the outer agricultural pulp shell is 50% crushed or heavily saturated with moisture. Just 1 second. Oh, sorry, I just gotta respond. I'm like, all right. Security and exploitation testing, the bad actor simulation. This testing phase proactively attempts to bypass the automated asset protection logic using deliberate, coordinated theft and manipulation strategies. The test configuration,
hiring professional security testers to attempt to game the system. The concealment, slipping lightweight items into heavy winter coats, internal pockets, or metal-lined Faraday bags designed to shield RFID signals. The weight cheat, placing a heavy, untracked personal item like a water bottle onto a smart shelf while simultaneously lifting a lighter retail item of similar weight profile to spoof the load cell. Oh, okay, kind of like Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where he takes the golden idol and then puts like a bag of sand or something over there. I'm like, switch it up. Got it. And then you don't have the giant rock chasing you out of the store. It's a giant boulder. Like, oh shit. That would be an awesome security measure. It's like if they try taking it and then like you got a giant boulder starts rolling out and chasing the customers out of the store. Oh, it'd be funny. Where are we at? So what's okay? And now the multi-user tailgating. 2 users checking in under a single app account, separating to grab items in different aisles, and attempting to exit the turnstiles together in a single swift movement. What is being stressed? The anti-theft and anti-tailgating physical gate logic. Success threshold. The system must accurately identify the missing inventory, trigger a red or flagged state on the back end, block the physical exit turnstile, and seamlessly push an alert to the experience specialist standing by to assist. Stress testing matrix summary. To manage these trials systematically, engineering teams map performance to a structured grading scale. So we have, for the high density crowd, the primary failure mode, the identity occlusion or ID swapping between users, mitigation redundancy, transition to fallback UWB or ultra wideband smartphone micro location tracking. For sensor contradiction, the primary failure mode would be missed inventory movement due to blind spots. Mitigation redundancy would be to elevate directional RFID chips or elevate directional RFID shelf sweeps to override visual camera data blocks. For network blackout, the primary failure mode would be a total app UI freeze and gate lockouts. The mitigation redundancy would be local containerized edge hosting or AWS Greengrass or Azure IoT to handle offline verification. For material degradation, the primary failure mode is dead smart chips due to crushing or humidity. And the mitigation redundancy for this would be seaweed-based interior biopolymer seal reinforcement around the chip substrate. The primary failure mode would be undetected tailgating at exit turnstiles. And the mitigation redundancy would be to integrate directional time of flight or TOF sensors into physical turnstiles to block multi-person passes. Now for decision tree analysis. To synthesize our complete frictionless retail and smart packaging ecosystem into a finalized executive strategic plan, we must evaluate the model through 3 classic business management frameworks. 1, the SWOT analysis. 2, Pesley analysis. And 3, our decision tree analysis. So for the SWOT analysis, this matrix evaluates the internal capabilities and external forces shaping our concept's market viability. Strengths, internal or controllable, true multi-sensor fusion, combining computer vision and smart shelf load cells and edge RFID creates a highly accurate tracking environment that drastically minimizes inventory shrinkage compared to visual-only systems. Financial transparency, a real-time updating digital twin UI involves a major psychological barrier in early automated retail. Consumer anxiety over blind spending. Fully circular packaging, a 100% home compostable packaging model, molded pulp plus seaweed coating insulates the company from global plastic bans and future carbon tax liabilities. Upskilled labor framework, reallocating cashiers to hospitality roles in the amicable resolution zones and other, preserves human employment while optimizing labor costs.
W, weaknesses, internal and controllable, high upfront infrastructure cost. The capital expenditure required for 4K PoE camera networks, edge servers, and load cell smart shelves presents a high barrier to entry for smaller independent merchants. Complex technological discrepancies. Over-reliance on flawless data synchronicity between localized edge nodes and consumer mobile applications creates a vulnerability to software latency or sensor calibration drift. Sensing restrictions on bulk inventory. Despite sensor fusion, tracking random weight items or high volume loose bulk goods remains computationally intensive and prone to algorithmic false positives. Oh, opportunities. These are external or market driven. Small format footprint surge. The global pivot of automated commerce toward high velocity micro markets, such as transit hubs, airports, sports stadiums, and university campuses, provides an immediate, highly profitable testing and deployment ground. B2B, hardware as a service, or HaaS monetization. Amortizing setup costs into a predictable monthly operational subscription lowers the adoption barrier for mid-sized regional grocery and convenience store networks. Deep retail data monetization. Licensing anonymized high fidelity consumer behavior analytics, such as shelf interaction heat maps and item pickup or put back ratios to CPG brands establishes a massive high margin secondary revenue stream. T, threats. External and market driven. Municipal cash mandate municipal cash mandate enforcements. An increasing number of local governments are banning purely cashless retail environments to protect unbanked demographics, jeopardizing purely app-locked storefront models. Public backlash over surveillance creep. Public anxiety regarding intensive overhead camera tracking could fuel negative narratives of corporate surveillance and biometric privacy overreach. Supply chain chip vulnerabilities. Disruptions in the global semiconductor supply chain could bottleneck the manufacturing of thin substrate, plastic-free, RFID or NFC smart packaging chips. Hesley analysis. So that was the SWOT analysis, and we got a Hesley analysis here. This macro environmental analysis outlines the external strategic factors impacting long-term operations. P, political. Governments are highly focused on economic equity and technological displacement. The system's political viability relies on reframing automation as labor reallocation or retaining employees for hospitality and logics rather than immediate workforce elimination. E, economic. In high density tech hubs like the Phoenix or Scottsdale metro area, the demand for fast, convenient transit retail is surging. High throughput ambient environments maximize transaction volume per square foot during peak commuter windows, capturing revenue traditional brick and mortar storefronts lose to line abandonment. S, social. Modern consumers place a massive premium on time optimization and environmental circularity. However, the system must combat the psychological challenge of invisible spending friction, where ambient billing can inadvertently lead to overspending among budget-conscious demographics. T, technological. The widespread availability of enterprise edge computing, such as localized NVIDIA GPU architectures or containerized IoT runtimes, allows real-time computer vision models to process data locally. This eliminates network lag, ensuring the mobile apps rolling total updates in under 500 milliseconds. L, legal. Ironclad compliance with local bureaus of weights and measures is mandatory to legally display TARE and net weights directly on a smartphone screen for bulk items. Furthermore, to satisfy strict privacy acts like CCPA, CPRA, or BIPA, the software architecture must follow a strict privacy by design principle,
processing anonymous skeletal geometry while collecting 0 facial biometrics. And finally, E, for take a little quick break again. E, environmental. Environmental compliance mandates are shifting from option to obligation, utilizing biodegradable, seaweed-coated molded fiber packaging with easily separable, infinitely recyclable smart tag inlets, fulfills strict municipal circular economy guidelines, and positions the brand as a climate-forward innovator. BRB. There we go. All that coffee just caught up to me. Yeah, that's where all that coffee and juice and water and I got so many drinks here. There we go. That's starting to come. That's for that all. 6:30, perfect. Okay. Hopefully I'll be wrapped up by then. 6:30, got hour and 15 minutes. We'll see how far along we can get. We're at 2.5 hours and I'm about just over 50% of the way done. Yeah, man, that's a lot, but we got a full-fledged report here, so this is good. All right, decision tree analysis. To systematically map out commercialization paths, and the organization faces 2 critical structural decisions during market rollout. 1, infrastructure strategy, and 2, asset protection resolution. For decision tree A, deployment architecture strategy, this tree maps out how to scale the store infrastructure to minimize upfront capital barriers for retail clients. Path A, direct infrastructure or capital expenditure sale. The action, charge the retailer full market value for the upfront installation of camera grids, smart shelves, and servers. The outcome, this protects our initial cash flow, but severely restricts market scaling. Only top-tier corporate retail giants can afford the barrier to entry, leaving mid-tier grocery and independent convenience brands out of reach. Path B, hardware as a service or HAAS subsidized subscription. The action would be to subsidize or lease the physical store hardware installation, wrapping it into a predictable monthly operational fee combined with an ambient transaction fee micro percentage. Evaluation. Evaluated as the premier strategic path, it slashes client onboarding friction, establishes an enterprise moat, and guarantees predictable recurring SaaS or subscription as a service revenue as footprint scale. Decision tree B, asset protection and gate resolution. This tree evaluates how the system handles a yellow or error or red or unpurchased item flag anomaly as a shopper approaches the exit turnstile. Path A, punitive or hard lock gate mechanism. The action, sound a loud audio alarm and flash red lights at the gate, keeping turnstiles locked until security manually arrives to inspect the user's physical bag. Very intrusive. The outcome triggers an immediate consumer anxiety and creates intense public relations vulnerabilities and damages brand trust due to inevitable system false positives. Path B, the amicable resolution zone. For action here, execute a silent, soft-lit redirect via the app's sticky banner and proximity display screens. Route the user gently to a friendly, dedicated hospitality kiosk staffed by an upskilled, experienced specialist. For the evaluation, this achieves the operational objective of protecting store margins while maintaining human-centric hospitality. Discrepancies are resolved constructively as a customer service interaction rather than a confrontational accusation of theft. Where's my coffee? Damn, I finished it. Shit. All right. And elevator pitch. Here we go. We got to the elevator pitches. Woo. Chugging along, dude. Making progress. All right, elevator pitch. So first one for investors or VC venture capitalists. The hook. Physical retail handles trillions in commerce, but operates completely blind compared to e-commerce. We are changing that. The pitch. We've built the premier enterprise-grade operating system for the future of physical commerce by fusing computer vision, smart shelf weight sensors, and 100% home compostable RFID packaging. Our platform eliminates the multi-billion-dollar bottleneck of the checkout line. We license this infrastructure via high-margin hardware as a service, or HAAS, and SaaS, the subscription as a service model. For retailers, it slashes theft and labor costs while unlocking digital style analytics, tracking what shoppers pick up, put back, and browse in real time. We aren't just selling a store automation tool, we're capturing transaction fee revenue and building the most valuable brick and mortar data moat in the world. For high-level retail buyers or store executives, here's our elevator pitch. The hook. What if you could permanently eliminate checkout line abandonment / inventory shrink without alienating a single customer? The pitch. Our ambient commerce framework transitions our store from a manual, or transitions your store. This is if we're selling the system to another store. Commerce framework transitions your store from a manual bottlenecked environment into a high velocity automated storefront. As customers walk in via passive smartphone check-in, our multi-sensor fusion tracks their selections with over 98% accuracy. When they are done, they simply walk out. The app handles the digital receipt instantly. More importantly, we resolve the industry's biggest hurdle, asset protection. Instead of aggressive alarms, our amicable resolution zone redirects errors to a friendly hospitality kiosk. You optimize floor labor, double your throughput during peak hours, and get unparalleled shopper heat maps and behavioral data. All right, elevator pitch for consumers and everyday shoppers. The hook. Think about how many hours of your life you've wasted standing completely still in a checkout line, waiting to scan things you already decided to buy. The pitch. We believe your time is too valuable to spend acting as an unpaid cashier. With our app, shopping becomes completely frictionless. You walk into the store, grab your items, and walk straight out. There are no lines, no traditional barcodes, and no clunky self-checkout screens. As you shop, a digital twin cart updates on your phone in real time, so you have total budget transparency, eliminating any surprise totals. It's premium, zero-waste shopping that respects your time and lets you get back to your day instantly. Elevator pitch for government officials, regulators, and policymakers. The hook. As automation scales, cities face a double challenge, protecting entry-level jobs and hitting strict climate and data privacy mandates. Our system is built to solve all three. The pitch. We have engineered an ethical, inclusive framework for automated retail to protect citizen privacy. Our computer vision models utilize privacy by design, tracking autonomous skeletal geometry and item vectors with absolutely zero facial recognition or biometric storage. To support sustainability mandates, our mandatory smart packaging is 100% home compostable, eliminating single-use plastic films from your local waste stream. Finally, we don't eliminate jobs. We partner with education centers to upskill retail workers from repetitive cashiering into high-value tech and hospitality roles, while our entryway kiosks ensure unbanked citizens have equal cash-friendly access to the future of retail. An elevator pitch for CPG brands and wholesale distributors. The hook. Right now, there we go. So I made like a little error. Just in the spacing, I'm just gonna edit it real quick. Look at that problem solved. Bam. That's good.
That was easy.
CBG brands and wholesale distributors. Right now, once your product leaves the warehouse and hits a retail shelf, it enters a data black hole. You have no idea why a customer chooses your competitor over you until it's too late. The pitch: we bring that data gap by bringing your packaging into the circular digital economy. By source tagging your items with our plastic-free biodegradable smart chips, your products become natively compatible with the world's most advanced autonomous stores. In exchange, you get access to a revolutionary B2B data dashboard tracking real-time in-store engagement. You will see exactly how many shoppers pick up your product, how long they hold it, and what items they drop it for. It's a massive logistical upgrade that ensures 100% supply chain tracking from your factory floor straight to the consumer's hand. For parents, the pitch, or sorry, for parents, the elevator pitch here, starting off with the hook. We all know the extreme stress of managing young kids in a grocery aisle while trying to unload a heavy cart onto a conveyor belt. The pitch: this system is built to bring peace of mind back to family shopping. You can load items directly into your diaper bag, stroller, or reusable totes as you walk the aisles, and when you're done, you can simply walk right out the door. The app maintains a live budget tracker on your screen so you can manage your spending in real time, and it automatically flags allergen warnings on a prominent top sticky banner. Prominent top sticky banner, no meltdowns, no checkout lines, and 100% convenience for busy families. This feels off slightly. There we go. Oh, crap. I'm just trying to get this all to fit on one page. Okay. Parents, car, 100% convenience for busy families. Okay. Now, elevator pitch for students and academic scholars. The hook: the business textbooks of tomorrow are being written right now, and they're all about synthesizing cutting edge AI with sustainable resource models. The pitch: this frictionless retail ecosystem is a living, breathing case study in modern operational management. It takes the core frameworks of the marketing mix, predictive analytics, and circular economy theory and merges them into a single physical footprint. For students in academic chapters, interacting with this platform provides a front row seat to how automated multi-sensor pipelines, edge compute latency, and consumer-centric UI layout operate in a real-world commercial market. It's the ultimate preview of how technology is shaping global supply chains. Now for the executive summary: ambient commerce infrastructure and circular smart packaging. This executive summary synthesizes the architectural, operational, and strategic frameworks developed for next generation frictionless retail experience. By unifying real-time edge computing, multi-sensor hardware fusion, and an environmentally mandatory circular packaging loop, this ecosystem targets and eliminates the primary friction point in modern brick-and-mortar commerce, the traditional manual checkout bottleneck. The core concept and technology mechanism. The platform transitions physical retail from a reactive manual environment into a proactive, automated, digital-first experience. Consumers initiate their shopping journey via a hands-free check-in powered by passive Bluetooth, low energy, or BLE, or ultra-wideband UWB sensors at the entryway turnstiles, entirely bypassing the micro bottlenecks caused by traditional QR code scanning. Once inside, a proprietary multi-sensor fusion engine monitors inventory and customer movement by cross-referencing 3 independent data streams: high-density overhead computer vision, tracks consumer spatial paths and physical item selections utilizing autonomous skeletal mesh and vector geometry to ensure strict biometric data privacy compliance. Smart shelf load cells integrates weight sensing arrays directly into retail rows to instantly detect item removal down to fractions of an ounce, seamlessly solving the tracking of random weight produce. Frictional self-edge RFID arrays confirms the exact product identity and SKU, providing an ironclad digital backup when lines of sight are temporarily obstructed. When the shopper is ready to leave, they simply walk out. The system automatically processes background financial reconciliation or ambient commerce through a tokenized secure gateway and compiles an instantaneous digital receipt. For the user interface or user experience, the UI UX design, to foster deep consumer trust, the customer's mobile application mirrors the physical environment via real-time updating digital twin cart. This screen explicitly tracks rolling total costs as items are pulled, mitigating the blind spending anxiety found in early autonomous retail designs. The interface leverages a clean, high-contrast traffic light visual hierarchy to manage cart states gracefully. The green or purchased items, green labeled are purchased items, the absolute default state for items successfully added to the active cart. The gray or returned items are collapsed into a hidden expandable secondary menu at the bottom to maintain an uncluttered screen while preserving back-end inventory metrics. The yellow or red, the action required items or flagged items. These are positioned on a sticky top banner to highlight errors or age verification checks. If unresolved at the exit, the system routes the user to a soft-lit, non-confrontational, amicable resolution zone where upskilled store personnel resolve the discrepancy as a premium customer service touchpoint rather than a punitive accusation of theft. Circular smart packaging architecture. The packaging framework is strictly environmental, operating entirely within a zero waste circular economy model. It eliminates traditional petroleum-based plastic films and styrofoam, bifurcating into two distinct material loops: a biological cycle, constructed from molded agricultural fibers or sugarcane, biogas, and hemp, coated with an ultra-thin seaweed-based biopolymer moisture barrier. This entire assembly is certified ASTM D6400 home compostable, breaking down cleanly into organic soil nutrients. The technical cycle houses a paper-thin, plastic-free RFID NFC smart tag embedded between the fiber layers during fabrication. This chip acts as a digital passport for source-to-consumer tracking. At the product's end of life, the smart chip is easily separated from the compostable pulp to be infinitely recovered, reprogrammed, and used. To keep the physical design premium, tactile, and strictly minimalist, all branding, regulatory disclosures, and interactive storytelling are housed digitally, unlocked instantly when a consumer taps their phone against the package's embedded NFC code. B2B or B2B commercial strategy and wholesale integration. The business model scales through a hardware as a service and subscription as a service framework, which amortizes steep upfront hardware installation costs to predictable monthly operational expenses for retail licensees. A cornerstone of the expansion strategy is achieving source tagging ubiquity by offering tiered financial rebates and high volume incentives. Consumer packaged goods or CPG manufacturers and mega distributors are motivated to integrate these smart tags directly on their assembly lines. In exchange, brands gain access to highly guarded, anonymized in-store engagement data, such as pickup versus putback ratios, and that brick and mortar commerce has historically been unable to capture. This turns the physical retail aisle into an active, predictive revenue generator. Mitigation and compliance framework. The platform features an ironclad operational and legal defense layer. For fair trade weighing, the fusion of computer vision and NTEP certified smart shelves legally acts as the customer facing weight display, accurately accounting for tare and net weights right on the mobile screen. See, by design, by converting camera feeds exclusively into autonomous skeletal vector paths on localized edge compute nodes, the system fully insulates itself from controversial biometric data tracking and privacy liabilities. The cache resolution to comply with municipal cache mandate laws. Entryway cache to digital kiosks allow unbanked demographics to deposit physical cash in exchange for an automated store entry pass, preventing societal alienation and legal penalties. Yeah, this would be kind of like, you know how you go to Dave and Buster's or like Chuck E. Cheese and you put your card or cash in and it gives you a bunch of coins? Something like that. It spits out like a little temporary gift card or thing for you, like a certificate you can use. And like, okay, you have this amount of money on this account or this QR code or something associated with this account for this amount of time. And so like you have like an hour, I don't know, it gives you like a day, I don't know, it gives you like a whole entire day or something like that. So that pass lasts for like a day. And so you have that amount of money on that pass for that day, and then any remaining money that's still on the account that wasn't used is transferred back into the account that it was taken from. So that way it's all the money's accounted for and tracked and allocated to where it's supposed to go. Oh, I mean, ideally within like that same instant or minute or hour, it could be within the data. I don't know. We got to try to be reasonable about the expectations about that. Privacy by design. Okay, big cashless. Okay, in conclusion, for this part at least, this concept represents a complete paradigm shift for physical commerce by blending advanced ambient hardware with human-centric UX design and ecologically responsible smart packaging. It moves brick and mortar retail into an era of digital efficiency, absolute carbon consciousness, and radical respect for consumer time. Now, for additional or auxiliary questions and concerns, to finalize this comprehensive strategy, we must address the remaining operational, technical, and behavioral edge cases. These represent the deep dive nuances that sophisticated retail buyers, risk assessment teams, and engineers will query before deployment. For physical and operational realities, how will the system handle items with variable weights or prices, for example, produce or deli items? The platform relies entirely on computer vision plus smart shelf load cell fusion rather than a single source of truth. The workflow: when a customer approaches the organic banana display, overhead cameras track their hand moving toward the specific bin or SKU recognition. The moment the customer lifts the fruit, the high precision load cells beneath the bin register an immediate weight drop, for example, 1.4 pounds. The synchronization: the system cross-references the spatial camera event with the weight event. The item is instantly pushed to the mobile digital twin UI as 1.4 pounds of organic bananas with the calculated tare weight, the weight of stems or default packaging already subtracted. The customer never needs to search for a manual scale or enter a PLU code. What happens when items are misplaced by customers, for example, placing ice cream on a chip shelf? This is a classic retail challenge known as inventory drift. The multi-sensor fusion engine treats this as a data contradiction. The detection: if a shopper places a tub of ice cream onto a shelf monitored by a load cell calibrated for tortilla chips, the load cell registers an anomalous weight increase that doesn't match a chip bag's profile. Concurrently, directional shelf edge RFID antennas direct a rogue signal or the ice cream smart tag invading a chip row. The resolution: the system immediately registers that the ice cream has been removed from the user's active green list cart, updating the total cost downwards. However, instead of ignoring the item, the backend marks the shelf location on a store associate dashboard An employee is silently paying to retrieve a frozen item before it spoils, protecting store margins without bothering the shopper. What is the plan for managing inventory shrinkage, theft, or system circumvention? The architecture replaces traditional loss prevention barriers with predictive tracking and physical redirection. For algorithm detection, if a bad actor intentionally blocks a camera view while stuffing an item into a jacket, the shelf's load cell and directional RFID antennas still trigger the exact item removal. Because the system cannot visually verify who took it, it flags the item as a yellow or error state tied to that physical space. The gate handshake exit turnstile, the system compiles the unreconciled items into a red or flagged state. The physical turnstile remains securely locked. The safe intercepts. Simultaneously, a silent push notification routes the individual to the soft-lit amicable resolution zone. Rather than sounding alarms, an upskilled experienced specialist approaches with an enterprise tablet saying, "It looks like the item had trouble syncing your last couple of items. Let me help you clear that out right here so you can be on your way." This completely diffuses the situation, reframing security as premium hospitality. Technical and infrastructural concerns. What happens during a network outage or a system failure or power grid or internet loss? The storefront operates on an offline first engine compute architecture. Local sovereignty. The store does not rely on active continuous cloud communication to process immediate shopping actions. All heavy computer vision mapping, skeletal path vector tracking, and smart shelf load cell computations happen locally on the on-premise edge server node, utilizing containerized frameworks like AWS IoT Greengrass. The backup loop. If the primary internet fiber line is severed, the store continues running flawlessly. Entrance and exit gates utilize cached token handshakes stored locally on the user's device from their initial check-in. The financial transaction is held securely in an encrypted local queue and pushed to the cloud gateway for final background reconciliation the moment network connectivity is restored. In the event of a catastrophic total power failure, physical exit turnstiles are engineered to automatically drop to an open, unlatched, fail-safe position to guarantee human safety compliance. How scalable is the technology across different store layouts and retail sectors? The technology is engineered as a modular hardware agnostic platform infrastructure rather than a rigid, customized store build. Modular hardware racking, overhead PoE or power over Ethernet camera grids are mounted pre-configured lightweight ceiling rails that scale dynamically to fit convenience store layouts, stadium kiosks, or mid-sized grocery floors. Software portability. The core sensor fusion engine is managed via standard API integrations. This allows any third-party manufacturer's NTEP certified smart shelf or electronic shelf label or ESL to plug directly into our data pipeline, transforming the framework into a highly scalable global business model licensing play, or B2B SaaS plus HaaS model. Human and behavioral dynamics. How do we bridge the gap between invisible payments and psychological consumer comfort? Removing transactional friction can trigger deep psychological spending anxieties, leaving consumers feeling blind to their finances until an unexpected receipt arrives. The solution, the digital twin or UI layout, acts as a visual speed bump. By making the green list and its live rolling dollar total highly visible, sticky, and responsive, the consumer maintains absolute budget transparency in the palm of their hand. Empowered control. The user interface features real-time, user-controlled threshold alerts. A shopper can set a temporary budget cap, for example, $50 before entering the store. If the rolling total approaches that boundary, the app's top sticky banner shifts color to provide a gentle, private warning, putting financial control entirely back into the hands of the consumer.
How will the system accommodate different demographics, elderly, unbanked, or disabled, and etc.? An automated system must prioritize universal design to avoid alienating vulnerable or less tech literate populations. The unbanked. To navigate municipal cashless bans and support cash reliant consumers, entry turnstiles feature in an entryway cash to digital kiosk. Shoppers can insert physical cash, which the kiosk instantly outputs as a temporary printed QR code. Entry pass preloaded with that exact cash value, allowing them to shop the automated footprint seamlessly. Okay, and then there we go. And then any cash that's remaining on that card at the exit, if they're doing cashless or if they want to do cash, they can put that card back and then the machine will dispense their change, the remaining cash that they're owed. Or if they use the card, if they're using the card, it should be able to be uploaded onto the phone. They should be able to use the phone through that. So that shouldn't be as much problem. But if for whatever reason they're using a card and want to get a certain amount of cash, or have a budget, use their card, be like, okay, give me a thing with this amount of spend the money, whatever the money's left, they put their card back in, that's deposited back into the account, something like that. All right. Accessibility standards, or ADA. The mobile application fully supports advanced accessibility runtimes, including screen readers, text-to-speech feedback, high contrast visual filters, and distinct haptic vibration cues that alert visually impaired shoppers when an item successfully lands on their green list. Furthermore, physical turnstile widths and spatial layout of the amicable resolution zone are meticulously engineered to exceed ADA clearance guidelines, ensuring smooth transit for wheelchair users. Absolutely, that is mandatory. Must be ADA compliant. Maximum inclusivity. We don't want to leave people out. All right. Concept score. We have a concept score matrix. So for the overall concept rating, we have a 92 out of 100. And strategic justification is a masterful integration of cutting edge tech architecture, consumer psychology, and circular industrial design. It moves ambient commerce out of the controversial surveillance-only space and grounds it in a balanced user-first, sustainable utility. So concept rating of viability, we have an 88 out of 100 currently. Highly practical for small format, high velocity footprints. Scaling to mid to large formats faces realistic hurdles regarding initial infrastructure costs and wholesale source tagging integration, which are effectively mitigated by a B2B service, subscription as a service, or hardware as a service, SaaS or HaaS model. In-depth analytical breakdown. Structural brilliance, why it scores high, 92 out of 100 overall. The overarching strength of this framework lies in its holistic problem-solving approach. Most automated retail designs focus purely on the technical engineering, the cameras and gates, while ignoring the surrounding human, legal, and environmental ecosystems. This concept bridges those gaps smoothly. Solving the blind spending psychological barrier. Early automated grocery iterations failed because consumers felt blind to their spending until a receipt arrived hours later. The digital twin real-time updating UI directly eliminates this cognitive anxiety, building immediate consumer trust. The tri-sensor fusion safety net. Relying strictly on computer vision creates a high error rate and data blind spots. By pairing computer vision with smart shelf load cells and directional RFID, we build a highly accurate cross-verifying infrastructure that handles complex edge cases like picking up produce by weight or temporary line of sight obstructions. Dignity in asset protection.
Reframing a checkout error from a confrontational loss prevention event into a hospitality-driven amicable resolution zone interaction is an excellent UX and PR shield. It keeps the customer relationship intact even during software false positives. Mandatory environmental circularity. Integrating a 100% home compostable packaging model ensures long-term compliance with tightening municipal single-use plastic bans, insulating future retail licensees from carbon taxes and eco-friendly, what the hell, random fly, insulating future retail licensees from carbon taxes and eco-compliance penalties. Vibe, Jesus, go away. That's annoying. I hate bugs, dude. They're annoying. I don't even know how the hell you got in here. All right. All right. Viability assessment, real world execution, 88 out of 100 viability. The viability rating is anchored in current real world ambient commerce trends. This concept successfully shifts away from the unmanageable complexities of large format, multi-thousand SKU big box supermarkets and focuses on high velocity, compact environments. A strategy proven highly successful in airports, sports stadiums, and university campus micromarkets. Key factors driving success: the hardware as a service and subscription as a service financial loop. Traditional upfront infrastructure setup costs are the biggest barrier to entry for retail buyers. Amortizing these deployment costs into a monthly hardware as a service and a transaction fee model drastically lowers the entry barrier for mid-sized merchants, driving rapid market adoption. The unbanked fallback loop, incorporating an entryway cash to digital kiosk, perfectly insulates the business model from aggressive municipal cashless bans, making the automated storefront legally viable in strict regulatory cities. Privacy by design compliance. Processing data as anonymous skeletal path vectors on localized edge nodes rather than storing facial recognition biometrics provides an ironclad legal shield against biometric privacy regulations like CCPA and CPRA and BIPA. Targeted optimizations to hit 100%. That is ideal. We want to hit 100%. Good isn't good enough. Great isn't great enough. Only perfection is satisfactory. And perfection is not attainable. Although perfection is not attainable, it is always worthwhile pursuing. Because if we do not achieve perfection, we still achieve greatness. Shoot for the moon. Even if we miss, we'll land among the stars. Even better. All right. To close the remaining gap and elevate this framework to a flawless 100% enterprise baseline, address these three highly granular engineering and logistical points. Standardize the technical packaging breakaway strip. The challenge: while the molded agricultural pulp is 100% home compostable, the thin substrate RFID or NFC smart chip is part of the technical cycle or recyclable or as part of the technical cycle. In other words, it is recyclable or remanufacturable. We can reuse it. If a consumer throws the entire container into a backyard compost bin, the electronic components contaminate the organic soil nutrient stream. The optimization: engineer a clear, highly intuitive visual mechanical feature such as a pull tab smart strip. The packaging instructions debossed on the container should show the user how to easily zip off a paper strip containing the smart tag at end of use. This cleanly separates the biological cycle, the pulp goes into the compost, from the technical cycle, where the smart tag drops into a dedicated recycling loop or store deposit bin for micro rewards. Formulate an algorithmic grace period for active carts. The challenge: in high density crowds, a consumer might pick up an item, hold it for 3 seconds to read the digital story via NFC, and then hand it to their partner or set it down briefly to reach for something else. If the system updates the phone UI instantly on every macro movement, the digital twin screen will constantly flash items in and out, creating visual chaos and user alarm. The optimization introduce a stabilizing algorithmic buffer window, for example, 5 to 7 seconds within the sensor fusion engine. That's actually really, really, really smart. That would, at least it would improve the UI and UX experience. The system should track the movement immediately on the back end, but wait to update the customer's green list display until the item has settled firmly within a shopping tote or remained in the user's possession for a sustained period, smoothing out the user experience. Very big note there. Establish a shared margin or source tagging alliance. The challenge: if a local independent retailer has to manually place RFID stickers onto every single inventory item arriving at their stockroom, the labor savings of immediate cashers are completely wiped out by backroom handling costs. The optimization to build out a robust, standardized B2B wholesale API integration, leverage the value of our deep consumer analytics. In other words, the heat maps and pickups versus putback ratios as leverage. Supply this invaluable engagement data completely free to major CPG brands on the sole condition that they pre-integrate our plastic-free smart chips directly into their factory assembly lines during initial product fabrication. Most excellent. This shifts the operational labor completely out of the retail store and embeds tracking natively into the global supply chain, achieving true frictionless scale. All right, we are almost done here, getting down to the launch schedule. So hashtags, buzzwords, and key phrases to maximize social media reach, drive industry conversations, and position this ecosystem across both the tech innovation and sustainability sectors. Our social media strategy should use a tiered hashtag approach. Core concept and industry definition. These high volume hashtags establish the primary sector, ensuring our posts appear in executive, retail tech, and global innovation feeds. We have hashtag ambient commerce, hashtag frictionless retail, hashtag autonomous retail, hashtag smart retail, hashtag future of retail, and hashtag retail tech. For deep tech and engineering architecture, target these toward developers, venture capitalists, system architects, and tech enthusiasts who track AI infrastructure and edge computing. We have hashtag computer vision, hashtag sensor fusion, hashtag edge compute, hashtag IoT in retail, hashtag machine learning, and hashtag RFID technology. For sustainability and circular economy, use these to tap into the massive environmental, eco-conscious, and corporate social responsibility, or CSR, communities online. We have hashtag circular economy, hashtag zero waste shopping, hashtag home compostable, hashtag plastic-free packaging, hashtag sustainable design, and hashtag eco-friendly tech. For consumer experience and lifestyle, these phrases focus on the direct benefit to the end user, saving time, eliminating stress, and experiencing a premium lifestyle upgrade. We have hashtag the gift of time, hashtag no more lines, hashtag just walk out, hashtag frictionless living, hashtag time optimization, and hashtag smart shopping. Strategic key phrases for captions and hooks. When writing copy for platforms like LinkedIn, when writing copies for platforms like LinkedIn, X, or Instagram, weave these high impact buzz phrases directly into our headlines to capture scrolling attention. Privacy by design. To instantly disarm surveillance anxieties, The digital twin cart to highlight real-time financial transparency. Biological versus technical cycles to showcase advanced industrial design maturity. Labor reallocation, not elimination, to anchor ethical, human-centric workforce upskilling. Frictionless, not faceless, to emphasize the premium hospitality of the amicable resolution zone. Example, optimized social post layout for LinkedIn or X. So a headline would be, the invoice on human time has officially expired. True innovation doesn't just build faster items. It respects human sovereignty and planetary health. We're merging hashtag ambient commerce with a completely zero waste hashtag circular economy blueprint. By fusing overhead computer vision with smart shelf weight sensors and 100% home compostable packaging, we've eliminated the checkout bottleneck while keeping consumer data entirely autonomous or entirely anonymous by via privacy by design. No scanning, no lines, no single-use plastics, just frictionless utility that gives you your day back. Read our full structural blueprint below. Hashtag frictionless retail, hashtag future of retail, hashtag sensor fusion, hashtag plastic-free packaging, hashtag retail tech, and hashtag eco-friendly tech. References, sources, and citations in APA and MLA format. Wunderbar. All right. Launch schedule. Here we go. Now, ready for launch. Phase 1. Phase 1, strategic foundations, the DNA. This strategic foundational blueprint formally defines, validates, and positions our ambient commerce and circular smart packaging ecosystem within the global smart retail sector. For the market analysis, the role here would be market research analyst. For market opportunity, we're looking into market opportunity. The smart retail infrastructure market is expanding at a compound annual growth rate, or CAGR, of over 20%, driven by persistent retail labor shortages, rising operational costs, and escalating consumer demands for transactional velocity. While first-generation autonomous retail focused heavily on large format grocery stores, the current market opportunity has hyper-converged onto high-velocity, high-surge micro-markets, airports, sports stadiums, corporate hubs, and university campuses like Scottsdale Community College. Capturing this space creates an immediate revenue lift by capturing transactions that legacy storefronts lose entirely to peak hour line abandonment. Competitor and pricing analysis. Competitor 1, Amazon, the just walk out strategy. Market type, direct, estimated share about 45%. Pricing and monetization model, enterprise CapEx plus subscription as a service. High upfront hardware installation fees plus ongoing software licensing percentages per transaction. Competitor 2, AI-FI, market type, direct, estimated share about 25%. Pricing and automation model is service as a subscription and hardware as a subscription models. Tiered monthly software fees based on store square footage and hardware subsidized via partnerships. Competitor 3, Grab and Go. Okay, Grab and Go, market type is direct, estimated share 15%. Pricing and monetization model is pure transaction fee. Zero CapEx retrofitting model, monetized by taking a micro percentage of gross store sales volume. Competitor 4, Zip-In, market type is direct, estimated share is about 10%. Pricing and monetization model is modular turnkey hardware as a subscription, focuses on prepackaged stadium or airport pods with flat monthly hardware plus software licensing. Competitor 5 are legacy self-checkout, or in other words, NCR or Toshiba. The market type is indirect, estimated share not available. Pricing and monetization model is pure capital expenditure. upfront equipment sale plus rigid recurring software maintenance and on-site servicing contracts. The white space gaps are current market leaders suffer from three critical structural blind spots that this concept directly capitalizes on. The environmental liability. Existing autonomous installations rely heavily on petroleum-based plastic films, single-use containers, and toxic electronic shelf labels, or ESLs, that generate massive e-waste. No current competitor integrates a certified home compostable packaging circle into their tracking loop. The invisible spending anxiety. Competitors purposely obscure the transaction during the shopping journey, pushing a receipt to the user hours after they leave. This causes intense financial anxiety for budget-conscious demographics. Punitive security frameworks. Legacy asset protection systems treat tracking errors as adversarial theft events, resulting in locked gates, loud alarms, and broken consumer trust. For consumer personas, the role we're going to be delving into is the UX, or user experience researcher. For persona 1, we have a high velocity student. We have Jordan Wright, 21, a student athlete, enrolled at Scottsdale Community College, works part-time, and the household income is about $30,000 annually. For psychographics, we have Jordan is a tech native, extremely time-starved, hyper-focused on efficiency and eco-conscious, but bound by strict weekly budget student. Daily jobs to be done by Jordan. Grab a high-protein lunch and a clean energy drink between 11 a.m., an 11 a.m. lecture, and a 12:15 p.m. team practice session without missing the bus or being late. Primary pain points. Standard campus market lines snake out the door during peak hours, causing constant tardiness. Traditional self-checkout kiosks frequently freeze with unexpected item and bagging area errors, wasting precious minutes. Purchase trigger. Passing by a frictionless market stall and seeing a sign guaranteeing a total transit and checkout time of under 15 seconds. Persona 2, the eco-conscious professional. Here we have Elena Rostova, 34 years old. She's a sustainability consultant. The demographic, she's a corporate executive, urban commuter, and has a household income of $125,000 plus. Psychographics, she is a dedicated circular economy advocate, actively boycotts brands utilizing single-use plastics, and values premium hospitality and sleek UI aesthetics. Daily jobs to be done. Secure premium organic ingredients for a quick dinner while commuting home through a high-density transit hub. Primary pain points: the deep moral guilt of purchasing convenient grab-and-go meals packed in single-use black plastic containers or styrofoam. This could lead to extreme frustration with intrusive corporate surveillance metrics, or another problem could be extreme frustration with intrusive corporate surveillance frameworks that mine facial biometrics. The purchase trigger: a targeted digital see by design, skeletal tracking, and packaging certified to break down completely in a home compost bin. Persona 3, the independent local merchant. We have Marcus Vance, 48 years old. He's a multi-unit franchisee. The demographic for Marcus is that he operates 3 high-traffic local convenience footprints and manages a team of 15 shift workers. Psychographics: margin obsessed, risk averse, highly stressed by ongoing labor turnover, and skeptical of overly complex tech overhauls. Daily jobs to be done: maintain store safety, lower high inventory shrinkage or theft, and maximize floor throughput during morning rush hours with limited staff. Primary pain points Marcus would be experiencing would be losing up to 12% of peak hour morning traffic to line abandonment, spending endless hours retraining entry-level cashiers who quit within 3 months. The purchase trigger would be a case study demonstrating how a hardware as a service model converts fixed cashier labor into into flexible hospitality roles while driving a 20% lift in top line store sales. For our lean business model canvas, we have the role of startup consultant. So our startup consultant will be reviewing the following: problems, retail line abandonment and asset shrinkage, high upfront tech capex barriers for merchants, consumer anxiety over invisible ambient spending, and single-use retail plastic waste. Solutions, we have tri-sensor fusion or vision, weight, and RFID tracking for exact automated sales, real-time visual digital twin app carts, and 100% compostable smart packaging, as well as amicable kiosk resolution rather than punitive alarms. Our unique value proposition, we have 0 lines, 0 plastics, and absolute budget transparency. A frictionless ambient commerce ecosystem that respects human time through a sub-6-second automated transaction, honors the planet through 100% home compostable smart packaging, and eliminates financial anxiety via real-time updating digital twin user interface. Unfair advantage, proprietary data pipeline linking ambient spatial analytics directly to factory level source tagging, NTEP certified produce weight software matrix built into a multi-sensor fusion engine, structural synthesis of the technical and biological cycles, preventing simple software replication by tech-only competitors. For channels, we have B2B, direct sales to enterprise retail buyers, wholesale partnerships such as Cisco or UNFI or UNFI, in-app localized spatial advertisements. Key metrics include system transaction accuracy, which has a target of over 98%, total transaction velocity, a target of less than 6 seconds, and packaging unit compost pass rate. Customer segments include high velocity, small format retail footprints such as campuses, airports, or stadiums, and high turnover CPG brands tracking in-store shelf behavior. Cost structure, hardware installation and edge node R&D, raw smart inlet silicon procurement, material fabrication and biopolymer barrier testing, and core engineering payroll. Revenue streams, monthly subscription as a service platform licensing fees, HAAS or hardware as a service, hardware as a subscription or hardware as a service monthly equipment leasing model, micro percentage cuts on ambient transaction volume, and high margin B2B or business to business consumer engagement. Phase 2. Oh, that was way off. There we go. We're good. Phase 2, operations and planning, the engine. This module establishes the operational blueprint, risk mitigation frameworks, and organizational scaling strategy required to run the day-to-day back end of the business. Standard operating procedure, or SOP, for smart retail and packaging delivery. Now we have our operations manager. All right, Mr. Operations Manager, let's look into this. Objective: to govern the seamless synchronization of incoming circular packaging, smart chip programming, inventory provisioning, and on-site hardware maintenance for automated retail storefronts. So for our step-by-step workflow, step 1, upstream sourcing and chip embedding. Procure raw agricultural molded pulp from approved bagasse, bagasse and hemp upcyclers. Ensure the thin substrate, plastic-free RFID NFC smart chips are structurally embedded between the wet pulp layers during the secondary compression stage at the fabrication facility. Quality checkpoint 1.1, automated inline RFID sweep,
Every container moving past the mold press must return a 100% ping accuracy rate. Defective tags are mechanical rejection units routed back for immediate material repulping. Step 2, seaweed biopolymer lamination. Apply the automated high-speed interior spray coating of the water-resistant seaweed resin. Run the coated packaging through an inline thermal drying tunnel at the calibrated rate to cure the biopolymer without degrading the embedded chip architecture. Quality checkpoint 2.1, hydrophobic validation sampling. Test 1 out of every 500 units under automated moisture stress for 120 seconds to guarantee no moisture leakage occurs through the fiber matrix. Step 3, business-to-business wholesale delivery and product commissioning. Transport empty, nested smart containers to partnered CPG brands or food distributors in Faraday shielded pallet boxes. Upon product filling at the brand's factory floor, pass the pallet through a centralized programming gate. Program the unique digital passport, the SKU, batch code, expiry, farm to table origin, directly to the embedded embedded NFC and RFID chip. Let's highlight this real quick, come back to it. This is something I could use for something else. Step 4, smart shelf provisioning and local ingestion. Unload the arriving smart packaged items at the automated retail storefront location. Place the items directly onto the designated smart shelves. The shelf's directional RFID array reads the incoming SKU, while the localized load cell matrix calibrates the new base weight of the row. Quality checkpoint 4.1. Mobile UI synchronization validation. A technician cross-checks the physical shelf configuration against the on-site edge server dashboard to confirm inventory count updates instantly. Step 5, ambient transaction and post-exit sorting. The consumer removes the item from the shelf and exits through the passive turnstiles, triggering background billing. At the end of use phase, the consumer brings the packaging back to a localized collection node or utilize the pull tab smart strip to separate the biological pulp from the technical smart tag. Required equipment matrix. Industrial mold compression presses fitted with low profile vacuum suction plates to deposit smart chip inlets precisely into the wet pulp layer. Inline high-speed RFID tunnel readers or by Impinj or NXP or similar equivalent devices. The actual definition. Inline high-speed RFID tunnel readers are by Impinj or equivalents to those developed by Impinj or NXP. Positioned at manufacturing exit gates and wholesale receiving centers to track entire pallets simultaneously. PoE or power over the Ethernet or 4K ultra-wide sensor arrays. These are overhead camera systems optimized for skeletal tracking and spatial multi-user tracking grids. NTEP certified smart shelf weight tiles. High precision strain gauge load cells arrayed in modular panels underneath traditional retail shelving surfaces. Faraday baffled logistics, pallet enclosures, shielded transport containers designed to insulate bulk active tags from causing radio frequency collision during transit. Critical supply chain bottlenecks. That one's important because we don't want to mix up our stuff. We want to keep exact, precise track of every individual item. Critical supply chain bottlenecks, silicon inlet shortages, disruptions in global semiconductor foundries can abruptly halt the manufacturing of thin substrate tracking inlets, completely blocking packaging production. Agricultural material seasonality. Fluctuations in sugarcane harvesting patterns or regional hemp upcycling logistics create localized supply deficits for the raw molded pulp matrix. Seaweed biopolymer resin scalability.
The current manufacturing footprint for high purity seaweed-based moisture coatings is highly specialized. A sudden surge in market demand could create processing backlogs at chemical processing plants. We could invest. We could, one, have those highly specialized companies do it while simultaneously investing in those companies. So that way they could use our money and we get a return on investment. But they're basically bearing the majority of the costs of the majority of the COGS. But we can invest a little bit to get a little bit of ROI. Why not? Risk register and mitigation strategy. All right, now we're assuming the role of risk analyst. So for risk one, we have system identification occlusion. This is an operational risk. Description: high density crowds or bulky clothing cause overhead cameras to temporarily lose visual line of sight, resulting in identity swapping or inaccurate billing. The mitigation: fuse visual skeletal data with directional RFID sweeps and smart shelf load cell weight triggers to maintain tracking identity without cameras. Plan B: the system detects a high uncertainty path. The system detects a high uncertainty path vector and quietly prompts the user via a phone notification to pass through the amicable resolution zone for a swift manual confirmation. Plan C: leverage ultra wideband or UWB smartphone micro location telemetry to pinpoint exactly which device was standing in front of the specific shelf tile at the recorded millisecond. Risk 2: municipal cashless bans, which is a legal or regulatory issue. Local city councils pass ordinances legally fining and blocking businesses that refuse to accept physical U.S. currency at the point of sale. Mitigation: install an entryway cash to digital kiosk directly outside of the store threshold to act as a physical currency exchange node. Plan B: partner with localized regional banking networks or gift card distribution channels, allowing users to buy digital entry passes at neighboring traditional convenience stores. Plan C: operate a hybrid checkout counter layout, dedicating a single physical station to manual cash handlings handled by a roaming store host. Risk 3: upfront capital expenditure resistance from clients, a financial concern. Mid-tier retail chains decline to adopt the technology due to the heavy initial capital costs required to purchase cameras, smart shelves, and on-site servers. Mitigation strategy: shift completely away from transactional equipment sales to an entirely amortized hardware as a service licensing framework. Plan B: offer a zero upfront cost retrofit model where our startup funds the infrastructure entirely in exchange for an elevated percentage cut of the merchant's reported gross sales lift. Plan C: target pre-built modular container pods or kiosks that are fabricated, wired, and calibrated off-site and then dropped into airports or transit hubs as complete turnkey units. Risk 4: smart tag environmental contamination. This would be an environmental or legal concern. This is where consumers discard the entire smart container into municipal composting streams without pulling the smart strip, leading to e-waste soil contamination. Mitigation: design a highly distinctive mechanical pull tab system that makes tearing away the technical tag an effortless, satisfying part of opening the package. Plan B: driven financial gamification loop. Actually, just going back to it, I think, yeah, no, that's actually a really good strategy, making it part of the opening of the package process. So in order to get to the product, you have to take off the tag, and then so it's being separated from the disposable part of the package immediately upon opening of the product. Plan B: deploy an app-driven financial gamification loop. Scanning the detached tag at the localized store recycling node credits a digital reward to the user's mobile wallet. Plan C, transition packaging designs to advanced biodegradable conductive inks. I'm going to retry that one. Transition packaging designs to advanced degradable conductive printed inks directly on the pulp layer, completely removing the need for a separate silicon tag chip substrate. Risk 5, edge node hardware latency drift, a technological risk. Local store server nodes drop processing efficiency under extreme multi-user operations, causing a lag in updating the user's digital twin cart. A mitigation, deploy containerized, highly optimized on-premise industrial GPU compute architectures running localized machine learning libraries. Plan B, instantly offload low priority visual tracking compute pipelines to centralized cloud clusters like AWS or Azure, utilizing localized high-speed 5G cellular failovers. Plan C, freeze new customer check-ins via automated entrance gate locks the moment local system processing latency kicks above 500 milliseconds. Risk 6, silicon supply chain bottlenecks, market risk. Global geopolitical tensions halt primary foundry shipments of the core thin substrate silicon chips required for the tracking tags. Mitigation, establish an ironclad corporate policy, maintaining a rolling 6-month raw inventory buffer stock within our domestic corporate warehouse hubs. Plan B, re-engineer the multi-sensor fusion software suite to prioritize a vision and weight-only tracking matrix, allowing stores to operate without RFID dependencies. Plan C, form dual sourcing procurement agreements with secondary European or domestic semiconductor manufacturers to insulate from Asian trade disruptions. Risk 7, public surveillance backlash, social, hold on, back up. Are we intentionally blocking out Asian markets? Insulate. So from trade disruptions, there's like tension and trade, I don't know, from like Eastern nations relative to us, but so that's something to be aware of. Risk 7, public surveillance backlash, social and PR risks. Privacy advocacy groups launched viral campaigns criticizing the overhead camera density, comparing the automated store environment to a dystopian tracking state. Mitigation, launch proactive, transparent public relations campaigns demonstrating how data is completely abstracted into autonomous skeletal geometries with zero facial tracking. Plan B, secure, verifiable, independent third-party cybersecurity and civil liberties audits to legally certify that no biometric data is recorded, saved, or uploaded. Plan C, offer a completely camera-free micro-market design option that relies solely on smart shelf load cell weight variations and direct NFC smartphone taps. Risk 8, biopolymer shell degradation, an operational risk. In highly humid climates, the seaweed moisture barrier degrades prematurely on retail shelves, causing the molded agricultural pulp container to soften and leak. The mitigation, optimize the biopolymer chemical formulation by blending high-purity plant-derived cross-linking agents to boost structural resilience against high humidity. Plan B, restrict early-stage retail rollouts exclusively to dry, climate-controlled convenience interiors, completely bypassing high-moisture outdoor venues. Plan C, introduce an inner ultra-thin glass-lined paper liner. Introduce an inner ultra-thin glassine or glassine paper liner to provide an extra physical barrier layer that remains fully biodegradable. Risk 9, competitor software feature replication, a market risk. A deeply funded direct competitor, for example, Amazon or AFI, duplicates the real-time updating digital twin UI and releases a competing mobile update. Mitigation, secure aggressive structural patents on our unique multi-sensor weight-to-screen validation tracking matrix. Plan B, accelerate global market acquisition by dropping software licensing fees for large enterprise grocery chains to build an unassailable footprint moat. Plan C, focus marketing messaging entirely on the singular focus marketing messaging entirely on the circular sustainability loop, building a powerful eco-forward brand community that software-only firms cannot easily match. Risk 10, age verification compliance failure, a legal issue. A minor utilizes an adult account token to bypass entry gates, retrieves restricted alcohol from a smart shelf, and successfully exits without a check. Mitigation, program the smart shelf housing age-restricted items to remain physically locked via electronic latches until biometric identity validation, such as Face ID or passcode, is completed on the user's phone. Plan B, route every transaction involving an age-restricted item straight into the amicable resolution gate, requiring a quick face-to-face physical ID check by an experienced specialist. Plan C, integrate direct digital identity validation software, such as state-issued mobile driver's licenses, directly into the initial application onboarding process, like NVDID use that app. Team up with them. Organizational structure and hiring roadmap. We are now assuming the role of HR director. For our 12-month hiring roadmap summary for months 1 through 3, we're focused on the structural engine. We need to hire the core operational, technical, and supply chain leads to solidify the system prototype. In months 4 to 6, we're focused on the scale infrastructure. Here, we will hire front-end and back-end engineers, quality assurance technicians, and business development managers. For months 7 through 12, we'll focus on field this is where we'll hire our field deployment crew. We'll focus on hiring field installation engineers, field support specialists, and regional account directors. For essential hire number 1, this will be our Chief Technology Officer, or CTO, and VP of Sensor Fusion. Job description, the CTO will serve as the chief architect of the platform's multi-sensor fusion engine. This executive will lead the engineering team in synthesizing real-time data streams from overhead computer vision networks, shelf edge load cells, and directional RFID nodes into a singular, highly accurate, low latency tracking pipeline. They must have a master's or PhD in robotics, computer science, or electrical engineering, 7+ years of hands-on experience building production-grade IoT architectures, edge computing pipelines, or autonomous tracking models, and it must have complete fluency in C++, Python, and containerized edge development deployments. For the first 90 days of key KPIs or key performance indicators, day 30, complete a comprehensive architecture audit of the existing software prototype and optimize local data processing structures to drop edge to cloud latency by 15%. Day 60, design and build an ironclad cross-verifying software data loop linking physical smart shelf weight metrics directly to the mobile application's UI display. Day 90, successfully scale the multi-sensor tracking model to process 30 rapid simultaneous product interactions under controlled mock store crowd scenarios with 0 system cart dropouts. Essential hire 2, head of sustainable packaging supply chain. Job description, this operations leader will own the sourcing, fabrication management, and wholesale deployment of our certified home compostable packaging. They are responsible for managing contract pulp fabricators, securing biopolymer raw resources, and partnering with national CPG brands to execute factory level source tagging. Hiring criteria, they must have a bachelor's or master's degree in supply chain management, material science, or industrial engineering, and 5+ years of experience within high volume CPG manufacturing, sustainable food packaging networks, or global vendor management fields. First 90-day key performance indicators for day 30, formally secure primary and secondary sourcing agreements with agricultural pulp processors to lock in raw biogas and hemp fiber materials for the first 12 months of deployment. Day 60, oversee the setup of an inline production process that embeds smart chips securely into the wet pulp layer during compression molding with an electronic pass rate of 99.8% or 100%. Day 90, establish a formal wholesale testing pilot with at least one major regional food distributor or CPG manufacturer to test factory level source tagging configurations. Essential hire 3, lead user experience or user interface product designer. Job description, the lead UX or UI designer will own the complete end-to-end user experience across our digital touchpoints. They will design the real-time updating digital twin mobile app cart interface, structure the interactive NFC tap digital narratives on product packaging, and craft the screen layouts for the physical amicable resolution zone kiosks. Hiring criteria, they must have a degree in human computer interaction or HCI, interaction design or visual arts, must have 5+ years of design experience managing high throughput mobile app ecosystems, connected hardware layouts or complex data dashboards, and must have expert level mastery of Figma and prototyping tools. Quick break. 1 second. Run down real quick, and I can try to run back real quick. I got like literally 2 seconds. It's 2.5, 3 hours on this thing. I'm almost at do about 3 for this whole entire report. So anybody has anything to me?
All right. There we go. All right, we're back. Sorry. I had to deal with that, and I don't know how to edit. So I don't know, maybe later I'll figure out just like skip past that part. Or kind of like on voice memos, just skip past the silent parts or something like that. We'll figure it out. Still figuring out the editing. I need to hire somebody to do the editing crap. Like I'm too busy, man. I got too much stuff I'm putting together. I don't have time for that. Which is why I upload videos this way, because I don't have time to do all the editing and stuff. I've got so much other stuff to do. I'll never get anything done. If I'm just focusing on editing and stuff, I'll never get any other stuff done. So that's something I need to add to my list. I need to hire somebody to do the editing of videos and whatever, just make it more entertaining. I need to get more views, more likes, shares. I need to get these ideas out there because I need to network. I need to get connections and I need people building this stuff. We need to make the world better. And it doesn't really help if not getting any views. So I need to be able to hire somebody to do this video editing for me. All right, anyway, if you're watching, anybody in the future watching, you can just skip past that part or whatever you want to do. Just do what you. I'll figure out how to hire somebody to edit videos at some point. Like I said, I don't have time to do that shit myself. I'm busy with actually coming up with ideas and putting stuff together, organizing, editing, revising the concepts itself, not just the communication of the concept. Well, I mean, I'm kind of pertaining to the communication of the concept too, but that's a very highly specialized task that I'm not. I need to hand off to somebody else. What do you call it? Offshore. Outsource. There we go. Outsource. All right. Central Hire 3. What do we already covered this. NFC tag narratives, craft the layouts, amicable resolution kiosks. Okay, expert level mastery of Figma and prototyping. Okay, so for the first 90 days of KPIs for our lead UX UI design, day 30, deliver fully interactive, high fidelity Figma prototypes for the mobile app interface, emphasizing the distinct traffic light color system for item tracking. Day 60, run intensive on-site user testing cohorts with diverse demographic groups, including campus students and elderly shoppers, to track cognitive clarity, reducing screen interaction friction points by 25%. Day 90, finalize the complete digital design system and hand off production-ready assets and design tokens to the front-end development teams for immediate app deployment. Yay. All right. Phase 3, marketing and sales, the voice. This, anyway, marketing and sales. This module outlines the brand positioning, acquisition strategy, and sales sequencing designed to build trust, drive B2B adoption, and accelerate user enrollment. For brand identity and style guide, we are now assuming the role of creative director. Brand concept, brand name concept. We're gonna use Aura for now. It's like Aura is like the name of, that'd be a cool name for a daughter. And so that's kind of like a name I like using, like the plugin for a bunch of things that I don't have like the actual name for yet. Kind of like Q Mobile or Q Delivery, Q Tattoo Parlor, stuff I don't have like a other name for yet. I know at least one of my names will be named after kids. Baby. This name, okay, brand name Aura, retail and packaging. This name signifies an invisible, protective, and surrounding field, mirroring the ambient camera mesh environment and the organic, eco-friendly shell protecting the products. Cool, good take on it. Brand personality and voice. Our tone will be empathetic, grounded, intellectually honest, and transparent. The vibe. Aura speaks like a brilliant, helpful peer, never like a rigid, corporate lecturer or an overhyped tech bro. We validate societal anxieties regarding automation and privacy directly rather than masking them behind marketing jargon. Language style, we use active verbs and crisp, scannable phrasing. We replace empty buzzwords like disruptive paradigm shift with clear human utility like giving you back your time. Messaging pillars. Pillar 1, absolute time sovereignty. Waiting in a retail line is an unrenewable tax on human life. We design infrastructure that returns hours of living back to the consumer every month. Your time is entirely yours. Pillar 2, frictionless, not faceless. True automation does not mean cold, isolated robotic storefronts. By removing repetitive barcode scanning, we elevate retail staff into upskilled hospitality and experience guides, preserving genuine human connection where it matters most. Where it matters most, I don't know, I can go to the grocery store, I don't want anybody talking to me. It's like, let me pick up my meats and veggies and piss off. I'm kidding. I don't mind people coming to talk to me. I think my thing, I don't like going out of the way to talk to people, but if people want to come up and talk to me, I don't care most of the time. Shit. It's like, what now? What do you need? Hey, what's up, man? Well, what do you got for me? How can I help you? Pillar 3, uncompromised circularity. Packaging should nourish the soil, not choke a landfill. Our technical, biological, structural loop provides that advanced digital tracking and zero waste plastic-free materials that coexist perfectly in a scalable global economy. Next. Now, story building. This is important. The About Us story. We're building trust. Every day, millions of people stand completely still in a physical I can't fucking read. Sorry. I need the AI voice to be able to hear my voice, recognize my voice, and then just be the voice that reads all this stuff so I don't have to physically be I feel like this is a waste of time. Like me physically doing this myself. I feel like AI could do this. I could just have AI do this. I can come up with the ideas and everything like that. What I'm talking about is just reading all this, sitting here reading through freaking 4 hours of content. I could have AI do this shit. I feel like my time is better allocated elsewhere. Definitely. All right, chugging right along. Every day, millions of people stand completely still in physical retail checkout lines, acting as unpaid cashiers for products they have already decided to buy. At the same exact time, billions of single-use plastic containers are unboxed, used for 20 minutes, and discarded to sit in landfills for centuries. We looked at these two massive systemic flaws and asked a fundamental question. Why can't retail respect both human time and planetary health? Aura, this is going to be heyday. I need to highlight the aura parts real quick. Probably not going to be called aura. Just a placeholder name. Heyday. Well, it's not even going to be specifically heyday. Heyday is just specifically the markets and grocery stores, fresh food and places like markets that we would be incorporating this in, but this technology will be ideally incorporated across all of retail. All right, so Aura, again, Heyday or other retail stores, that this system for retail stores, so the system specifically focused on the system that we're selling here, God, was founded to bridge this gap, this exact gap. I think my brain just checked out, dude. It does not feel like reading anymore. It's just I'm done.
We're almost done. We're so close to being done. All right. So this system is founded to bridge this exact gap. We didn't want to build just another automated storefront that trades human privacy for corporate efficiency. We chose a harder path. We engineered a multi-sensor system that keeps your personal identity completely autonomous, paired with certified home compostable smart packaging that cleanly turns back into soil nutrients at end of life. We are not automating human workers out of existence. We are freeing them from repetitive tasks so they can deliver genuine face to face service. Welcome to the system, or a heyday frictionless retail experience. We are giving you back your time without taking anything away from the planet. Now, our 12-month seasonal marketing calendar. This looks way too big. It is way too big. Okay, there we go. One, the New Year efficiency push campaign theme: reclaim your calendar. Less waiting, more living. Core objective: capitalize on New Year resolutions centered around time management, lifestyle optimization, and stress reduction. Target busy students returning for spring semesters and corporate professionals resuming tight schedules. Promotional offer: first 3 transit trips free. New app users receive a $10 credit loaded into their active digital wallet, completely waiving fees on their first 3 micro market visits. Primary digital channels: TikTok for viral student athlete daily transit vlogs, and localized SEO geo-targeted around university. TikTok, and then localized SEO geo-targeted around university campuses and airport transit hubs. Number 2, I read it. 2 separate things. Quarter 2, Earth Month Systems Scaling. Campaign theme: the circular choice, plastic free, friction free. Core objective: align with global Earth Day alignments in April. Shift marketing messaging heavily toward the molded agricultural pulp packaging and the satisfying tearaway mechanical smart strip. Promotional offer: the compost credit. Every time a user returns a separated technical smart tag to an on-site store recycling node, Aura, or whatever, Aura, the system, Frictionless Retail Experience, matches their eco action by donating to a verified regional agricultural reforestation fund, tracking their personal net positive impact score in the app. Primary digital channels: Instagram Reels and Stories, visually showcasing the 60-day packaging decomposition process, and LinkedIn, targeting corporate retail buyers with sustainability white papers. Quarter 3, back to school high velocity ingestion. Campaign theme: classes in session. Classes in session.
Classes in session. Mouth hurts.
Talking too much. All right, we're good. I'm gonna finish this shit. All right, fuck. All right, I gotta clean this up too. I'll never be presenting this to. I'll never be given an actual presentation where I'm just like cussing up a storm. Oh my god, this is just so fucking tedious. All right, Quarter 3, back to school, high velocity ingestion, campaign theme, classes in session, the checkout line is out. Core objective: capture the massive concentrated wave of incoming college students, facility, and campus workers returning for the fall semester. Focus heavy field marketing on colleges and surrounding regional systems. Promotional offer. You know, fuck, I'm just gonna take 10 seconds. take a break from talking. My mouth muscles are literally killing me right now. My face hurts. It literally hurts. But I'm trying to finish this damn idea. It's frustrating. It's a great idea, but I'm like getting angry. I'm just getting angry at how like annoying this is. And like not getting any views and like I don't know if I'm making progress here. It's frustrating part. I'm doing so much work and I'm not sure how much if I'm making any progress at all. Fuck, dude. Life is just so annoying, man. So tedious. It's just to live a good life, to live a satisfying life, I feel like it's a lot more work than it should be. I don't feel like happiness should be as much work as it is. Like achieving happiness, it shouldn't be this hard. Uh money, success, change, everything. It should not require this much effort. But it does, and it pisses me the fuck off. And so ultimately, do I want to help people and do I want to do what's good in the world? Yes. But do I get annoyed with it? And do I get angry and bitter and just resentful because like of how much of a aggravating process this all is? Yeah, sometimes I get a little impatient. I get a little uh I can be what do you call it? A little what's the right word? Irritable. But in the end, I want to do what's best for the world, humanity. Not only humanity, but all living species. Who knows? Humanity is the top dog right now, somewhat. Somewhat. Intelligence wise, not physically. Intelligence wise. Uh, we're the top dog for now. She's evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved and get smarter and smarter than that. Other generations, millions and billions of years from now. We could have like birds and like humans are like down here compared to like species where they're like all smarter. Oh my god. I need to finish up this idea. All right, no more ADHD. All right, we're turning it off. All right, so classes in session, checkout line is out. So core objective for back to school, high velocity ingestion, capture the massive concentrated wave of incoming college students, faculty, and campus workers returning for the fall semester. Focus heavily on field marketing in Wisconsin Community College and surrounding local systems and surrounding regional systems. Promotional offer, the academic fuel bundle. The academic fuel bundle. Partner with major CPG, beverage, and snack brands to offer a free premium protein bar or a clean energy drink directly loaded into the user's green list cart the moment they complete their first active entryway gate check-in. Primary digital channels. Localized app store search ads, campus geofenced mobile banner ads, and hyper-local TikTok influencer partnerships with student campus leaders. Quarter four, the holiday travel surge. Campaign theme, escape the holiday hustle, transit sub 6 seconds. Core objective, dominate high surge airport retail concourses and transit hubs during the chaotic Thanksgiving and winter holiday travel weeks. Target anxious, hurried families and business commuters who cannot afford to miss boarding calls due to long concessions lines. Promotional offer, the Family Transit Pass. Families checking in under a single unified household account token receive an automatic 15% promotional discount on all high velocity grab and go meal bundles purchased during active travel dates. Primary digital channels. Targeted programmatic display screens inside airport terminals, geofenced meta, such as Facebook or Instagram ads, targeting users physically located inside transit terminal footprints.
We have a 5 email nurture sequence for newsletter leads. This here, we're going to be assuming the role of the head of sales. For email 1, the welcome and paradigm shift. Subject line, let's give you your hours back. Pre-header text, welcome to, not Aura, the system. Here's what happens when retail moves the line. Body of copy, hello, first name, thanks for stepping into the field. When we started, Aura, not Aura, people told us that waiting in a retail line was just a natural law of commerce. We disagreed. Standing completely still for 10 minutes to scan items you already chose isn't a law, it's an outdated bottleneck. Aura was built to fix this. By combining overhead computer vision with weight-sensitive shelves, our stores let you walk in, grab what you need, and walk straight out. No registers, no clunky self-checkout screens, and no time wasted. Over the next few days, we aren't going to spam you with aggressive sales pitches. Instead, we want to show you exactly how this technology works, how we protect your personal privacy, and how we are removing plastic waste from the equation. Your time is an unrenewable resource. Thanks for trusting us to protect it. Warmly, the Aura team. Email 2, the technical deep dive, the educational email. Subject line, how to track a shopping cart without a single camera recording your face. Pre-header text, inside the privacy by design system behind our smart stores. Body copy. Hi, recipient. Let's address the elephant in the room. A store filled with overhead tracking cameras sounds like a little too much like a dystopian surveillance state. We felt the exact same way. That's why we engineered Aura on a strict foundation of privacy by design. Our overhead tracking system doesn't know who you are, what you look like, or what color shirt you are wearing. In fact, it doesn't even save your face. The moment you walk through our entry gates, our localized edge servers instantly convert your physical presence into an anonymous geometric stick figure vector path. The system tracks the motion of the skeletal mesh, matching it to the smart shelf weight variations when you lift an item. Your biometric data never leaves the store because it's never collected in the first place. Tomorrow, we'll pull back the curtain on our packaging and explain why our containers are designed to actively decompose in your backyard. Best, the Aura engineering team. Email 3, the sustainability blueprint, the educational email, another educational email. Subject line, this package will turn into soil nutrients in 60 days. Pre-header text, how your biological packaging loop eliminates single-use plastics. Main body, hi, first name. Frictionless shopping is a massive win for your schedule. But if that quick grab-and-go lunch leaves behind a plastic container that pollutes the ecosystem for 400 years, it's a net negative for the planet. We refuse to make that trade-off. Every item inside an Aura storefront is packaged 100% certified home compostable molded agricultural fiber. We take upcycled sugarcane biogas and hemp, compress it, and seal it with an ultra-thin, moisture-resistant coating derived entirely from natural seaweed biopolymers. But what about the smart tracking chip embedded inside? We designed a mechanical pull-tab smart strip right into the fiber shell. When you finish your meal, simply zip the paper strip off, or when you're opening the package to get to your meal, I think would be better. The agricultural pulp drops straight into your home compost bin to feed the soil, while the ultra-thin technical tag can be dropped into our store collection loops for micro rewards. Convenience shouldn't cost the earth. We're proving it can be completely zero waste. Warmly, the Aura Sustainability Design Team. Email 4, the social proof and validation. Our validation email. Subject line, I saved 40 minutes this week. Here's what our users say. Pre-header text, real stories from students, commuters, and merchants using Aura. Hi, and then insert first name. Don't just take our word for it. Here's how Aura is actively changing day-to-day operations for real users out in the field.
As a student athlete, my schedule is timed down to the exact minute. The market lines on campus used to mean I either skipped lunch or showed up late to practice. With Aura, I walk in, grab my protein shake, and walk straight out in under 12 seconds. It completely changed my daily routine. This is Jordan W. from Scottsdale Community College, community college student. I used to feel an intense wave of guilt by buying quick commuter meals because of the plastic clamshell packaging. Aura solved that. I get a premium frictionless experience, and my container turns back into compost. No compromises. This is by Elena R., sustainability consultant. Line abandonment was draining my store's peak morning revenue. By switching to Aura's hardware as a service model, our customer throughput increased by 22%. And my team can focus entirely on hospitality instead of scanning barcodes. This is by Marcus V., independent franchise owner. Whether you are a customer trying to optimize a busy schedule or a merchant looking to maximize floor margins, Aura is built to serve your day. That's the Aura experience team. God, there's a lot of Auras I'm going to have to replace. Email 5, the low friction activation and invitation, the soft call to action. Subject line, ready to experience 0 lines? Your first trip is on us. Pre-header text, download the application today and claim your $10 wallet credit. Hi, first name. We've shown you the architecture, the privacy guardrails, and the circular materials lifestyle behind our ecosystem. Now, the only thing left to do is experience it for yourself. The next time you are running through campus, heading to a flight, or navigating a busy morning commute, don't let a manual checkout register dictate your schedule. Click the link below to download the official Aura application. There's another one. We've automatically attached a temporary $10 transit credit to your account to waive fees across your first 3 store visits. Download the app, the Aura app, Frictionless Retail Experience app, and claim your $10 free credit. Step inside, grab your selections, and walk out. We will handle the rest in the background. See you in the field, the Aura launch team. Solid. All right. Phase 4, financial and legal, the fuel. This framework defines the financial architecture, unit economics, scaling metrics, and monetization strategies required to maintain capital efficiency and maximize gross margins. The 3-year financial projections and unit economics. Here we assume the role as CFO or Chief Financial Officer. Burn rate breakdown, the monthly operational expenses. To report a robust edge infrastructure and manufacturing deployment, the initial baseline monthly operational burn rate is structured across 3 core areas. Engineering and R&D payroll, $85,000 a month covers specialized computer vision, sensor fusion, and material science engineers. Infrastructure and compute overhead, $15,000 a month covers localized edge server procurement, industrial cloud pipelines, and silicon chip inventory buffering. General, administrative, and legal, $12,000 a month covers BIPA and CCPA compliance, auditing, patent maintenance, and enterprise insurance. Total monthly burn rate, $112,000 a month, or $1.34 million annualized baseline. Okay. Unit economics, CAC versus LTV or B2B enterprise retail account. Because the platform scales via a B2B hardware as a service and subscription as a service framework, the customer acquisition cost and lifetime value metrics are calculated as the merchant or store location level rather than the individual retail shopper level. Customer acquisition cost, or CAC, is $25,000 per store location. This includes specialized enterprise sales commissions, on-site spatial mapping, physical hardware installation labor, and initial local launch marketing. Monthly recurring revenue, or MRR, per store is about $3,500, derived from a blended model of a $2,500 per month flat HAAS or SAAS infrastructure fee plus a 1% ambient transaction fee cut on an average store volume of $100,000 per month. Gross profit margin on services is 80%. Average merchant contract length, about 48 months. Lifetime value, or ALTV, $134,400 per store location, calculated as $3,500 MRR times 48 months times 80% gross margin. LTV to CAC ratio, 5.37x. Any ratio above 3.0x is considered highly efficient for an enterprise venture-backed B2B platform. CAC payback period, 8.9 months. A store location fully recovers its acquisition and installation costs before its first year of operation concludes. 3-year revenue forecast matrix. Year 1, market penetration and pilot validation. Active store deployments, 15 micro market locations, targeting high velocity campus convenience hubs like Scottsdale Community College, airport concessions, and stadium pods, and possibly even outside gyms. Annualized recurring software HAAS revenue, $480,000. B2B data dashboard monetization, or CPG insights, $90,000. Total year 1 revenue, $570,000. Year 2, regional national scaling. Our active store deployments would be about 65 locations. We'd aim for 65 locations. For annualized recurring software, or HAAS revenue, it would be $2,340,000. For B2B data dashboard monetization, or CPG insights, this would be about $450,000. Total year 2 revenue, $2,790,000. Net profit status, operational break-even achieved by month 16. Year 3, enterprise footprint moat. Active store deployments, 220 locations. Annualized recurring software, or HAAS revenue, $8,400,000. B2B data dashboard monetization, or CPG insights, $1.8 million. Total year 3 revenue would be estimated at $10.2 million. Break-even point analysis. To determine the exact volume required to clear the operational burn rate, the calculation evaluates the number of active licensed store locations required to cover the company's fixed overhead expenses. The fixed monthly burn rate would be estimated at $112,000. The net monthly contribution margin per store location would be about $2,800, calculated as $3,500 MRR minus 20% local maintenance and cloud compute servicing variables. For store level break-even point, 40 active store locations. Once the platform successfully deploys and maintains 40 active automated micro markets, the startup clears its operational burn entirely and achieves structural profitability. Pricing strategy matrix. Here we assume the role of pricing consultant. Model 1, the cost plus pricing. Our methodology, the the exact cost of the cameras, smart shelves, edge servers, installation labor, and ongoing cloud hosting, then apply a rigid 30% profit markup. The outcome, this results in a steep upfront sticker price for the merchant, approximately $45,000 in initial capital expenditure, combined with a low flat monthly servicing fee. The verdict, this is rejected. This creates an unmanageable barrier to entry for our target merchant persona which is independent franchisees and mid-tier regional grocery chains, severely bottlenecking early market adoption. Model 2, competitor-based pricing methodology. Analyze the pricing structures of industry frontrunners like Amazon in a just walk out model, or AFI. Match their existing rates by demanding a massive enterprise level setup fee coupled with high transactional licensing percentages. The outcome: the startup positions itself as a direct drop-in alternative to legacy players fighting purely on minor software optimization claims. The verdict: this is weak strategic alignment. Competitor-based pricing completely fails to account for or monetize the unique high-volume asset this concept owns: circular, sustainable packaging loop and proprietary CPG, consumer engagement data pipeline. Model 3, value-based pricing, the methodology. Anchor the price points directly into the measurable financial upside, labor optimizations, and waste reductions delivered to the merchant. The quantified value delivered. The ecosystem eliminates peak hour line abandonment, delivering an immediate 15-20% revenue lift, slashes shrinkage or theft down to under 1%, entirely removes the continuous cost of purchasing single-use plastic inventories, and reallocates fixed cashier labor into flexible hospitality positions. The structure: implement a zero capex hardware as a service and subscription as a service monthly platform fee of $2,500 combined with a 1% micro percentage cut on ambient transaction volume. The verdict: this is the one that is ideally selected. You have been chosen. This is the chosen one. Value-based pricing maximizes profit margins while remaining intensely attractive to merchants because it explicitly aligns our startup's revenue directly with the store owner's operational cost savings and top-line sales growth. Why value-based pricing maximizes margins for our target persona? Our target merchant persona, the margin-conscious, high-traffic retail franchisee, is inherently risk-averse and cash flow protective. They will routinely reject large, unproven capital expenditures or cost-plus expenditures by utilizing unproven capital expenditures. By utilizing value-based hardware as a service, or HaaS, we shift their financial equation from a scary capital investment into a predictable monthly operating expense, from CapEx to OpEx, that is automatically paid for by the measurable drop in store theft, the elimination of plastic packaging costs, and the sudden lift in peak hour throughput. Furthermore, this model allows us to capture long-term compounding upside as store transaction volumes scale over time, generating highly predictable recurring revenue streams that traditional hardware achieve. And phase 5, the what else? Content, material considerations. Critical research. This final deep dive module exposes operational vulnerabilities, establishes a lean software framework, and stress tests the business model against severe investor scrutiny. The pre-mortem report, a post-mortem from the future. All right. Date report, May 15th, 2027. So this is like a hypothetical report sent from the future, warning us of things that may happen. And so it's warning us of future problems. And so we're going to have to analyze this and come up with solutions. And this is an example. All right. Postmortem report, a postmortem from the future. So 2015, status, post-operations liquidation analysis. Executive summary of failure. 1 year post-launch, Aura has officially ceased operations. Despite strong pilot performance at Scottsdale Community College and high initial consumer praise for the digital twin mobile interface, the venture succumbed to a terminal cash flow crunch. The collapse was not caused by a failure of the core computer vision or sensor fusion algorithms. Instead, the company died due to supply chain fragmentation, operational friction in the B2B wholesale loop, and a failure to achieve source tagging ubiquity. Top 3 postmortem root causes: the backroom labeling bottleneck and merchant churn. Why it happened: we assumed consumer packaged goods, or CPG brands, would immediately integrate our plastic-free smart chips into their assembly lines in exchange for behavioral data. Instead, the enterprise CPG timelines moved too slowly. To maintain store inventory, local independent merchants had to force their own backroom staff to manually apply RFID tags to every arriving shipment. Consequence: the labor cost of manual store-level tagging completely wiped out the financial savings of eliminating cashiers. Merchants experienced an operational bottleneck, leading to widespread platform uninstalls and high merchant churn within 80 days. Smart tag contamination and regulatory fines. Why it happened: despite designing a satisfy the rip mechanical pull tab, over 35% of consumers discarded the entire agricultural pulp container directly into municipal organic compost streams with the silicon smart chip still embedded inside. Again, do it and have it ripped off in order to open the package. In order to access the contents inside, that tag has to be ripped off. So it's integrated into that little tag that seals it. So it's integrated into the seal. So break the seal, rip the tag, automatically separated. Then from there, I guess it's up to the person to recycle it or not. But yeah, it's not a mess at that point. We're implementing mechanisms to make it easier for you to recycle. We're reducing the barriers to recyclability. We're making it accessible, increasing accessibility to recyclability. There we go. Consequence: local city environmental agencies detected heavy metal and silicon micro contamination across municipal composting facilities. Aura was hit with aggressive environmental protection. I know I felt a hiccup coming. Was hit with aggressive environmental protection fines and a highly publicized PR backlash that branded the tech as eco-washing. Low margin friction in the amicable resolution zone. Why it happened: in high density campus rushes, system false positives or identity peaked at 8%. This forced nearly 1 out of every 12 shoppers to be redirected to the amicable resolution zone. Consequence: the resolution zone became severely backed up, recreating the exact physical checkout lines we promised to destroy. To manage the chaos, it's still reduced on average overall. We're not trying to recreate like a smaller version of the same problem. To manage the chaos, merchants had to hire more on-site experienced specialists, causing the store's operating expenses, or OPEX, to skyrocket. Now, how to prevent these issues today: implement a no manual tagging sourcing mandate. Restrict early store inventory exclusively to prepackaged, factory source tagged partner brands. If a product isn't shipped at a factory floor, it doesn't enter the store. Never offload labeling labor onto the retailer's backroom. Transition to degradable conductive inks. Eliminate silicon substrate RFID inlets for low-cost, short life cycle grab-and-go food items. Shift engineering capital immediately into printing antenna arrays directly onto the pulp packaging using degradable, carbon-based conductive inks that are 100% compost safe. Deploy a pre-gate verification buffer. Optimize the multi-sensor fusion engine to run a background accuracy check 15 seconds before the shopper reaches the exit.
If a data contradiction occurs, resolve it silently via an in-app prompt on the user's screen while they are still browsing, keeping the physical exit gates clear. Ooh. Now the lean tech stack blueprint. We are assuming the role of CTO or Chief Technology Officer to preserve early stage capital and maintain a lean operational footprint. This tech stack prioritizes out-of-the-box integration, automated crosstalk, and flat rate startup pricing loops. CRM and B2B pipeline, HubSpot, the startup tier. Utility tracks enterprise sales pipelines with regional retail franchisees, airport concessions buyers, and CPG manufacturers. Integration seamlessly plugs into our consumer support and marketing engine, syncing client contract updates instantly. Accounting and unit volume inventory, QuickBooks Online plus Commerce. Utility manages company burn rate, handles automated B2B, hardware as a service, recurring monthly invoicing, and monitors raw pulp and silicon inlet asset depreciation. Integration automatically updates financial ledgers based on invoice status updates pushed directly from HubSpot. Project management and hardware tracking, ClickUp. Utility coordinates complex cross-functional sprints across software engineers or sensor fusion updates, material scientists or biopolymer testing, and field technicians such as physical store installations. Integration uses native webhooks to log automated bug tracking tickets from our GitHub repository and customer support feeds. Customer support and mobile help desk, Intercom. Utility powers both the B2B merchant, Apple company. Utility powers both the B2B merchant support portal and the in-app consumer support messenger. If a user experiences an error in their digital twin cart, they can instantly ping a remote guide. Integration pulls data directly from HubSpot to instantly verify if the user is a premium account holder or an active store technician, routing tickets intelligently. Now, the skeptical venture capitalist review. We are assuming the role of managing partner, hard tech, and retail automation fund. The VC assessment. So our VC venture capitalists would say, look, time looks sharp and everyone loves sustainability, but retail automation is a graveyard of brilliant prototypes that couldn't handle enterprise realities. Amazon spent billions and still scaled back their domestic Go footprint. If you want my capital, you need to answer these 10 tough structural questions without any marketing fluff. The cold start problem. Signs up for our so this is them. Okay, venture capitalists asking us these 10 questions. Here we go. The cold start problem. If a regional convenience store signs up for your HAAS platform today, but none of their top 20 selling distributors pre-integrate your smart chips at the factory floor, how does that store sell a single item on day one without going bankrupt on manual labeling labor? Next question, the scale CapEx reality. You claim a hardware as a service model eliminates merchant friction, but someone still has to write a check for the physical camera grids, load cells, and edge servers. If you are subsidizing that equipment up front, your startup's capital intensity will scale dramatically. How much venture capital do you need to raise just to get your first 50 stores live before you hit operational break even? The multi-user chaos variable. A group of 4 college students enters the store together under a single app token. They pass items to each other, place things back on the wrong shelves, block the overhead camera views, and split up. Your sensor fusion engine loses track of a $12 item. Which specific sensor stream takes legal precedents to settle the bill? And how do you prevent an overcharge dispute that triggers a viral, brand damaging social media post? Next, the accidental theft margin. A customer picks up an organic apple, steps onto a smart shelf row to reach for a top shelf snack, and sets the apple down on unauthorized shelf tile. Your load cell registers a weight increase. Your camera sees a hand movement. If your system flags this as a theft event and locks the turnstile, you've insulted a loyal customer. If you let them walk, your shrinkage spikes. What is your exact algorithmic tolerance for behavioral ambiguity? Biometric legal infiltration. If you state that you convert video feeds into anonymous skeletal mesh data to comply with privacy laws, however, in states, you state that you convert video feeds into anonymous skeletal mesh data to comply with privacy laws. However, in states with strict biometric legislation like Illinois, which has BIPA, courts have interpreted any geometry derived from a human body as a biometric identifier. Have you secured an ironclad independent legal opinion confirming that your vector models are completely exempt from class action class filings? The silicon chokehold. Your business model requires an uninterrupted, massive volume supply of thin substrate RFID NFC inlets. If a global trade disruption hits semiconductor foundries, your packaging production stops dead. Why should I invest in a software ecosystem whose scaling viability is completely handcuffed to raw global hardware manufacturing supply chains? We could have different versions of scanning it. This is easy solutions. Yeah, that one's easy. Just create different versions of it. They don't have to be exactly the same chips. Like they could be tracked using like scanning kind of like QR codes just integrated into it. And then when you have them on a pallet, like all these QR codes are scanned up and they're all placed at the exact same spot. So they're lined up, products lined up on the pallet, and then you have the camera that just scans them all simultaneously and just moves them right along. And then for high cost items, like say $100 or more, you could install the RFID chips. That's fine. Scale it, we'd essentially they'll be specifically only on high priced, high value items or high demand items, stuff like that. So we can easily figure that out. That's not that much of a problem. The load cell calibration drift. Retail environments are harsh. Floors vibrate, shelves get slammed by heavy stalkers, and dust accumulates underweight tiles. Accumulates underneath tiles. Spell that. I was just going hard. So many notes bound to make one error eventually, which is another reason we're reading through it. So to get it out there into the world, and also to make sure I edit it, touch it up a little bit. Started off by saying that. All right, and collect stuff, accumulates dust on these tiles. Over 6 months of continuous operation, how do you prevent calibration drift on your load cells from miscalculating a 1.5 ounce product variation? And what is the maintenance cost to manually re-zero an entire storefront? I'd say normally what we'd be doing is essentially we'd use the averages. So like say if you have 3 things, right? We have 3 things in the whole entire store. 2 of those things are going to be like, say they're the same thing on the same shelf. Like, and then obviously we're going to have multiple different things on different shelves, but we have one shelf with 3 of the same item on that shelf. And then like items taken off. And then if like 8 is taken off, like it's calculated based on the average of whatever items are still remaining. And so it leans on the reliability of like the majority of the items on the shelves being at a proper weight. So it could take all the items and then divide it by the number of items
or you can find a way to calculate the weight of each individual item. And so once one item is removed or put back or whatever, we take that weight and then just average it out based on the remaining items, or specifically take the weight of each individual item, then average that out, and then whatever item is like discrepancy or like under scrutiny or potentially an error, we essentially take that and compare it to the relative prices of the other ones that exist. So the per capita values of those, compare those, and then either average it out or set it to the price that is more likely to be accurate. Hopefully that made some sense. Made total sense in my head. I'm trying to get better at articulating these ideas. I'm a very visual person. Language, speech isn't my, I mean, it's becoming a specialty because of practice, but it wasn't initially my area of expertise. I was much more of a visual learner, and the whole text information, I hated reading so much. I still don't. I don't love reading, but I'm just better at it because I know how to do it and I enjoy it more because I suck less at it. Still don't love it. It's not a passion, but I'm better at it. Slightly more enjoyable now. So much we still have to do here. Crap. All right, we're almost towards the bottom here. Hell yeah. All right, we're almost done. Like 2 more minutes, 5 more minutes tops, and we'll be good. 5 hours later. All right, let's see if we can finish before the 5-hour mark. Okay. The silicon chokehold, your business model requires an uninterrupted massive volume supply of in substrate RFID inlets. Okay. It's going to use the cost to our storefront. Okay. The data commercialization illusion. Your business canvas relies on monetizing high margin B2B consumer behavior data to CPG brands, but giants like Walmart or Illuminate and Target already sell massive data suites. What unique hyper granular data point does an Aura storefront offer? Aura storefront capture that a CPG brand can't already get from standard point of sale data or digital loyalty apps. Next question, the packaging margin tax. Molded agricultural fiber coated in seaweed biopolymer is structurally superior to plastic, but it carries a higher unit manufacturing cost today. CPG margins are notoriously thin, operating down to fractions of a penny. Why would a high volume snack brand willingly adopt your packaging and take a hit to their gross margins just to make your retail store infrastructure function smoother? Good question. And finally, the exit mode strategy. If Amazon decides tomorrow to unbundle their Just Walk Out software, slash their enterprise licensing fees by 50%, and offer free hardware installations to dominate the campus and airport sector, what stops your active clients from turning to a trusted tech giant? What is your real, unreplicable enterprise moat? All right. All right, that sums up the entire concept for the frictionless retail experience. Oh my God. All right, we did manage to get it under 5 hours, just barely. And all right, so we need to figure out how to edit videos, 1, for this, to get more viewers. 2, figure out how to get AI to speak to announce the words from these documents to communicate this content. So I don't have to waste my time doing it. I could have been using this whole entire time working on more ideas instead of just repeating this stuff. But yeah, so I need to either learn or to edit or hire somebody that edits, get an AI system to read this information for me, or hire somebody else to advertise this information for me and to make videos and get this information out there. And let's see. Frictionless Retail Experience. Brilliant idea. We just need to figure out how to implement it. So, making the world better. Yeah. Brainstorm at a time. Here we go.